good show last night.
You ain't got to lie. 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 You ain Why
Welcome everybody to the UPL lower bracket finals. Today joining me, I've got Desirux rocking the Team Fish taco hat and the CLG jersey. Whose side are you on? It seems he's muted. Yep. There you are. Coming. Refreshing. Okay. We're going to be welcoming everybody soon. But like I said, we're in the lower bracket finals. This is our penultimate series of the UPL season. And today we've got AOE randoms meeting up against the Wild West Bandits. And while Desirux begins to join me, it's a series a long time in the making. Especially for one of these teams. AOE randoms coming in from the top side of the bracket, but Wild West Bandits making a crazy lower bracket run, losing in the first round of the upper brackets, and then having to win 4 straight series just to get to this point. But this Wild West Bandits, I mean, it's safe to say that the momentum garnered from a run something similar to this is impossible to overlook. As we take a look at these teams.
I think I'm here.
Oh?
I think I'm here.
Let's go! Desirux, welcome back!
We've done it. We've done it. I left you on hold for so long. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ghost you. Reading right. I'm here now. And now I can show off my sweet merch. TFT CLG jersey, playing both sides of the proving grounds of the amateur, even though you know, TFT wasn't exactly in proving grounds, but it's still amateur in my heart nonetheless. But yeah. I'm here. It's the old stomping grounds. I love UPL. I love the Unified Premier League, and happy to be back here, especially with this matchup that we have. The AOE randoms, you know, I already saw them in the circuit qualifiers, Wild West Bandits. I've been hearing about a little bit of the fire that they've been pumping out so far, reading right.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to hear a lot about it, especially given the fact that in your last 9 games, you went 8-1 in a lower bracket run just to get to this point. They went 2-0 3 times in a row and then dropped their first game of the lower bracket finally just in their last series. So this team comes in, like I said, with a ton of momentum and a lot of confidence to prove exactly what kind of team they are, saying that that first round in the upper bracket, definitely a fluke. But let's take a quick look at the rosters here. We pulled them up a little bit earlier. We're going to get it back up here. This AOE randoms team, like you said, it's something that we've seen before. This team has been around not only in the champion or CQs, but also here in the UPL. It's Geiger, Colthrow, Nem9, Psycho, and Pockus here for AOE randoms.
Yeah, this is a roster that, again, we've already seen back in the Proving Ground Circuit qualifiers, the Open qualifiers. It's a roster a little bit near and dear to my heart. On top of that, Psycho, Pockus, I've seen them around for so long within the amateur space. Colthrow made content for him back when he was on DK Crew. You know, it was one of the last years that he wanted to really participate within the amateur scene itself, looking to put his endeavors elsewhere. So a fun roster that we have over there, and of course that little Texas super team that we got with the Wild West Bandits, trying to bring that long distance run all the way from the lower bracket. We're sure to have a good time.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it. You saw the name Good Sir there in the jungle. In game, that's going to be objective bounty, so just to give you a heads up, we'll try to remind you every once in a while. But this team, like you said, it is a Texas super team, a combination of a couple squads down there, and they've got a lot of familiarity, and evidently they're cooking on all cylinders, firing on all cylinders, and we're cooking with gas, perhaps. How about that? And we're going to be jumping in a draft here very soon. For these teams and for this game, this series, we are on live patch. This is 12:15, which means that the Gwen nerfs come through, the Talia nerfs come through, and maybe even more crucially, some assassin buffs are coming in.
The assassin buffs are oh so spicy to me, because if you've been watching a little bit of Proving Grounds, we've had little slips and tidbits of assassins kind of sneaking in. But the one I'm most curious about is going to be the Talia change. She's been nerfed time and time again, patch and patch again, trying to get her back down to the size she's supposed to be. Well, this might have overdone it a touch here. Already some big touches that was going on to, I believe it was her Unraveled Earth, the E change. No, the W change. The W change it was. So yeah. That's we'll see if that champion's still able to have some prominence here, some presence within the scene. I'm already seeing that Wild West Bandits have done their homework. They know what Colthrow plays, banning away that Karthus. Not gonna let it hit the Rift.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see perhaps a few more bans going that way, but instead the Yone getting taken off as well. This is a ban here, Nem9. If it's a melee champion that has 100 to 0 potential, Nem9 plays it. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of these bans go their way in order to maybe give CryNow a bit more breathing room and even being able to pick away one or two of those champions themselves.
Already taking away one of the priority picks, as you were just saying, Nem9, also known as Nemesis if you've seen him within the circuit itself. Nemesis 9, kind of shortening it down now. We're making sure that have a little extra character space here in the champion select. Another big one
good for the casters.
Another big one that you would play quite a bit of is Azir. So I'm going to be looking for that. It is a champion that's still very prominent in the current mid lane pool. But really, lots of targeting after Colthrow. These are his champions right here. Karthus, Udyr, he loves that playstyle. Yeah,
it's a resource heavy type player, and the only one that I feel like historically we're missing would be that Hecarim. It kind of feels like I don't know, the trio of those resource junglers with Udyr and Karthus, but Hecarim falling a bit out of favor for many of the normal rotations that we've seen regularly. But this is amateur.
Such a shame.
Comfort is king.
I know, it's such a shame because we saw a lot of it in spring, and I think Hecarim's very, very exciting play. Bring it back. Yeah, Comfort's king. Let's see a Hecarim pick. Come on, bring it. But nope. That's the wrong Comfort. We're getting comfortable in the wrong places.
Yeah,
B1 for Wild West, Seraphine.
It's so flexible, and that's why we see a B1 so much.
Yeah.
I mean, it can go, it feels like anywhere, and for a champion that necessarily has a relatively lower skill floor, for something with a high ceiling like she has, it can really create a lot of impact. But we've got one Shadow Isles champion, perhaps Colthrow saving the jungle pick here on the Hecarim for second.
Okay. I like it. It's a good start.
Yeah,
we're already getting very aggressive in that bot lane.
I watched like a lore video of League of Legends last night before I went to bed, dreamed about it. So like now it's just like the region, Runeterra just swirling around right now. And I saw the connection immediately. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Nope.
Ooh, okay.
M9's Silas.
Okay. So grabbing the Silas as well as the Kalista. I already like the Kalista pick just because it's so aggro into the early game. They're going to look to really challenge the bot lane of Wild West Bandits. And it also, you already have a good target to steal an ultimate from. The Seraphine Encore, great teamfight ultimate. Response, however, is, we're getting a lot of utility from Wild West Bandits. Going double support onto this one, Seraphine and Renata. It's going to be another good ultimate for the Silas to take away, but this is great engage, great team fight, especially around these choke points. Wild West Bandits just need to really fill it out with some damage to follow it through.
Yeah, and I feel like they have to do it now before perhaps they just get target banned or picked later, and we get it. That's exactly what I want to look at. The Azir is such a good pick here to at least ensure that you have some damage, and now AOE random's just kind of trying to maybe pull away some of those 80 carry threats.
Okay, there's that Azir we're talking about. It's going to be picked up and taken away, so it's still going to take away more from the pool of Nem9. Now I'm curious what you do here, because it's kind of a call-out. It's saying, like, do you want to take the counter pick? No, they're just going to go for the support Ashe. Okay, I like that a lot. Getting spicy, getting even spicier. It's the area of effect way if you've seen the way they've been performing in Proving Grounds.
Yeah, and if you're looking down the barrel of a Seraphine and a Renata, that high range bottom lane, you're going to need to find some firepower of your own, and the support Ashe is going to allow you to do that. You're not going to get bullied around necessarily as much because Seraphine and Renata have so much tankiness in their kit that you can't necessarily just burst them out with those engaged champions like Nautilus or Blitz or anything like that. Blitz actually is okay, but yeah, I'm not surprised to see a range support come out in response instead. No, the Hecarim! Deathrock's our Hecarim! It's gone!
No, stop doing your homework. Stop banning out Cole Throw. It might be his last season. If it is, let him play his champions, man. But yeah, this combo,
I mean,
I'm loving the pick potential from AOE randoms right now. You can find it in any angle at any spot whatsoever thanks to this Ashe. It's also going to provide a lot of jungle control that Colthrow can try and exploit here. So this is why you need to target out Colthrow, because he has the backup of Pockets throwing out that hawk shot, spot out where the jungler's going to be. He's going to have excellent tracking, so you got to make sure to weaken him here. And it's going to go both ways. AOE randoms are saying, yeah, good sir, no, you're not allowed to play. If I'm not allowed to play, you're not allowed to play, so they're taking away his Lee Sin and Wukong.
We're going deep into the barrel here for this these junglers, and we go even further. What is that? 6? Well, okay, let's count Zed, and we've got 8 jungle picks banned.
You can flex them. You can flex them. It counts.
Yeah, yeah. Well, no, come on. I mean, Zed at least more prominently has been a jungler than a mid laner in high level play. So I'm here for it. But yeah, we're looking at, I mean, some really wild jungle picks potentially that we haven't seen in a while. Jarvan, a safe one of one of those, and for an AOE team like this into the Kindred. Wow, we are team fighting Azir, Renata, Seraphine, Kindred. This is going to be fun.
Oh, this is so interesting. So I want to start on Area of Effect first. Yeah. Even though I see that hover coming in. J4, that's Colthrow reaching very, very deep into the pool after all those bans went through. But J4 is still an excellent pick. He's very good at facilitating. Gotcha.
I got baited.
Very good. Very good at facilitating a lot of early game skirmishes because his kit comes online at level 2. You get Flag and Drag very early on, so you can do level 2 ganks. Once you get level 6, you get the Cataclysm added onto that. He's still a really good champion, and now that we're kind of seeing the comeback of champions like Vi and Gragas, it brings me back to like Season 5, Season 6 Jungle Pool, which was one of my personal favorites. So just playing with my heartstrings here, Colthrow. But now we got to look on the opposite side of things. That's a Kindred. Oh boy, we got some team fight and we got some mad scaling picked up by Wild West Bandits. This does put a timer onto their composition because it will be explosive.
Okay, the Tryndamere is the answer into the Aatrox. Man, oh god. Aatrox, Kindred, Azir, Seraphine, Renata. This has to be a split push Tryndamere. I don't see any way Gygar gets into these team fights.
Absolutely, yeah. You get this Tryndamere into the side lanes, especially if it's able to get a really early lead. There's not much you can really do to stop it. It has its own disengage tools. You know, you throw a chicken at them and they start slowing down if you're chasing them. You can just go ahead and slide away if they put pressure up there. So he's
wait, does he throw a chicken?
Yeah, have you ever just pressed it and listened very closely?
Yeah, that's the sound that comes out. Thought that was them. Like I thought that was them being chicken. You know, they turn their back. They're a chicken.
What? Get out of here. This is my canon.
Yeah, you're right.
I've been playing since season 1. He grabs a live chicken, chucks it at them, and they're like, "What am I supposed to do with this?" That's why they run slower. It makes perfect sense.
It's a ranged ability. You're right. Oh, how could I have been so naive? Deserex, I apologize formally. You're exactly right. I think Mark Merrill would 100% agree with you here. He does throw a chicken. Riot Tryndamere. Oh my god. Hyper with the immediate production value.
So fast.
On the memes. Yeah. If there's anything I can rely on Hyper on, it's to capitalize on a joke as fast as possible. So, big ups.
And big ups for the top side of Area of Effect randoms as we segue this back into the like that we have.
Nice.
Because that side lane control you were talking about, the one thing I really love about having both the J4 and the Ashe is if you try and challenge, if you try and rotate, there's a very real chance you're going to get picked off. If good vision control is acquired by AoE randoms, rotations are very dangerous because all it takes is one enchanted crystal arrow. The follow-up is devastating.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see perhaps a cleanse out of some of these priority targets. The Azir maybe would benefit from that as well. No, we're going teleport. Yeah, abandoning the safety in those team fights and instead looking for the safety in the early game. That kind of tells me they expect to outscale AoE randoms.
Yeah, this is looking like Costco at the start of COVID. 2 TPs already picked up on the side of Wild West Bandits. Getting a pause on top of that, so we're waiting in line now
I'm sorry,
just to put that on top of it.
Yep, we're gonna have to pause that game for you. We are not sponsored, so we are deducting you at least 1 TP in the future.
My bad, my bad. I will give
good
up my
luck
toilet
finding
paper
more.
roll. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will take that on the. There you go. There you go. You got it.
Oh my god. Okay, well,
Fortunately, pauses
we'll figure out the
happen.
pause.
It's amateur. It's amateur. It happens, and this is what happens when we're online and we're at our own computers. Sometimes internet problems, sometimes peripheral problems, but get those worked out. And once they are, we can get back on the riff because we were so hyped up about some of these compositions.
Yeah, and I want to kind of draw our attention. I think the activity is going to persist in our side lanes. I don't know that Azir is going to be too threatened with, at least with Flash available, but it's going to take 2 ganks most often for that Jarvan and that Sylas to get in the mid lane. So I'm looking perhaps at the bottom lane, the Seraphine Renata, or the Aatrox on the top side with such an active jungler like Jarvan is. Yeah,
I could see that. And for AoE randoms, I mean, it's all early game if we're talking about a very, very active jungler. Colthrow plays towards that style. Wild West Bandits, I think they've had a lot of time to play through a lot of tough opponents and try and adjust to the different styles that we've had throughout the UPL. You know, let's talk about how long their journey has been. They've had to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games to get to this point thus far, onto their 6th game throughout this the Unified Premier League. Just 1 game away from making it into the finals. And some of the names they've taken down, you know, Tempest, someone that we had in the CQ, Frostforce, Denethor, very big names on that end. Frostforce, I have a lot of respect for him. If you know me, I'm a big Winthrop fan. Frostforce played for that squad. You know, Raleigh Blackflame.
A lot of history there.
Gluten-Free Panda, another big name we've had in UPL seasons past. I'm sure we'll have him seasons future. So this was a hell of a run. You know, it kind of throws me back to 2015 Cloud9. I don't want to tout too much right there. The Gauntlet run where they had to do 3 best of 5s back to secure a world seed. But that's part of it, right? You get a lot of experience playing a lot of these games. Even though it's very, very taxing, you're still gaining a lot. And you can bring that towards those final matches.
I mean, Wild West coming off of 4 straight wins, whereas AoE Randoms just got 2-0'd by their sister team, Ginger Turmeric, who, I mean, we don't have to talk about, already making enormous waves in Proving Grounds right now as we speak, finishing the upper bracket as the upper bracket champion and awaiting their rematch potentially with AoE Randoms or a newcomer here in Wild West Bandits. And Wild West Bandits, like I said, they're coming off of those wins. Maybe that momentum is enough to give them the confidence to weather this early game storm to get to that late game that they're looking at. And it takes a lot. I think I hate whenever analysts talk about, oh, it's a scaling team. They're scared to make plays early. I think that might speak more to just the confidence that they can weather it.
Absolutely, absolutely. We are getting word in now, however, about the reason for our pause. Nem9, fortunately, his internet went down. We'll keep word with that to see when he's be fine and dandy to get back into this game. As for now, we will still be continuing with this pause. Going back into this matchup right now, I do think this stands as, you know, a team that is more experienced, well journeyed throughout the scene, especially in this last split, going against a team that's momentum based. Wild West Bandits, there's a lot of momentum on their side right now, having the race that they're going through, those back-to-back wins that you're saying. I'm curious if they can bring that to AoE Randoms, because it's a tough squad. I really do think AoE Randoms is a good team. As I said, there's a lot of experience on that roster.
They made it out of OQs twice in a row. This season. They were in bracket stage of Proving Grounds circuit. And so, like, yeah, this team is storied. They've got experience and they're coming in full strength. They are ready to welcome any of these challenges here. They've done extremely well thus far. And let's talk about just AoE as an org in general.
Oh man.
Those teams right now are just so hot. And save me the Zoolander quote, Hyper. We don't we're already picturing it so hot right now. And Random's looking to keep that up. If this ends up as a winners bracket finals, AoE versus AoE, go down to the losers bracket, win that, and end up in a grand finals AoE. I mean, it speaks to just the success that this org has been able to generate in just a short time.
It just cracks me up so much, though, because I look at the long scope of how AOE has been as an organization. Last year in 2021, AOE was just signing everyone, man. If you existed in esports, you were signed by AOE. You know, AOE randoms, AOE wheels kittens, AOE this, AOE that. Yeah, with all that in mind, they had so many teams in the UPL who were getting to the finals of the UPL.
Yeah.
Well, now go look at Proving Grounds a year later. Area of Effect Ginger Turmeric, Area of Effect main proper, the main roster. Both of them taking down 3 academy teams. 3 academy teams have fallen to Area of Effect's organization. So it's so exciting to see the level of success that they're having so far.
There it is, Hyper. All right.
I did it.
We called it up. Yeah, AOE so hot right now.
So hot.
And we'll see if they keep it going. Wow. 90% KP.
That's Jarvan
on his career. That's Jarvan. What a stat. Wow. That is well done, stats team. I appreciate it. You talked about the early game confidence that they've got. Ooh. And this is Colthrow throwing it down. We're ready for it.
I mean,
planting the flag, perhaps.
That's not just good Jarvan play. That's great Jarvan play. As I said, level 2, Jarvan, flag and drag. You get it right away. That means Colthrow is active on the map. He is looking for plays for his team. That's how Jarvan do. That's how Jarvan be read and write.
Oh, yeah. And Pacus doing a little poke on us, if I'm saying that from the side of West Bandits.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. You're right. You're right. I see a couple memes pop up on Hyper's end, and I feel like I could just kind of let loose the puns. You're right. I should rein it in. Pull up on the reins.
I see you. I see you.
I don't want to be caught as, some wild bandit out here.
Okay. Okay. You know what?
I'm done.
You know what?
I'm done. You're right.
You will get a pass for that one. The first one, you were good. First one, you're fine on. This last one, no. Get back into this.
Oh,
John, 79% KP on Seraphine. Again, Seraphine's a champion that plays to enable, especially in the team fights. Well, I mean, you press W and you heal everyone and give them a shield. What are you expecting, man?
Yeah, you're right. Well, I kind of wanted you to just end it at Seraphine plays. And I was like, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. I think she does. She definitely plays.
Guaranteed
but yeah,
assist.
I mean, but Jarvan has that too. The flag providing the attack speed for everybody in the area. I mean, easily getting an assist for the team, but it's still impact, right? You're still making some moves there. It's worth it. It's kill participation.
Hey guys, I played Soraka. I pressed R every time there was a team fight. Look at my assists. Look at my KP. Bask in my glory.
OPGG analysts going wild right now.
Oh, man.
All right, well, in the mid lane, we see a little bit of attention, but like I said, I feel like this Azir lane is going to be a little difficult to make an impact on. It's probably going to be a side lane, but I mean, you're Jarvan. Like, you can go pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, you can just chill out anywhere. Anywhere. You want to go? Just go there, Colthrow. It's fine. Jarvan owns the place at all levels of the game, because even when he starts to fall off a little bit later, he's a team fighter. Colthrow, you got this. There's no issues.
I am a little worried, though. We see the Cataclysm come down, and then it's just hostile takeover.
Oh,
and then
I'm
Encore.
helping.
And then and then Emperor's Divide, and then Colthrow gets he gets some kill participation, but that might be against the other team. Can
you get a negative? Is that what we're asking?
some death participation. I don't know.
So in this bottom lane right now, Psycho. This is going to be a tough lane for him in the fact that it's just very, very neutral what you can do with this Renata and Seraphine. And for Kalista doesn't like that. Kalista wants to fight. Kalista is currently level 4 and hasn't really fought yet. And that just makes Kalista very, very angry, because Kalista needs to leave lane with a very strong lead. You want to be effective in this champion. If you don't, pretty big disaster.
Yeah, I think that it's so tough, though, because you're asking so much out of an Ashe as Kalista that you just don't have the engage, and Geiger trying to get that wave crash in does not. That could be an opportunity, but back to the point. I mean, Seraphine and Renata have so many disengage tools. I think the handshake is a little difficult to land on the Psycho, but if you land it onto Pacus on the Ashe, you could drag her into Psycho usually, and that's enough right there, right? So some of that confidence that Wild West Bandits portrayed in the early game coming through here thus far, they've got a gold lead just farming.
That's why I usually really enjoy having Callista and Renata paired together. 'Cause, man, when you use that handshake the other way around, that is the combo that dominated 12.10 and still kind of dominates a little bit of this meta now. But just having that handshake to pull him back in to get more spears in, it forced so many early fights. Made it kind of fun to watch the volatility of the bot lane. Callista still plays like that. Still has to play like that, all things considered. And while trying, you are going to have Colthrow down into the situation, trying to pick up something for this very volatile bot lane that we have. Potentially looking to set up a dive, but no. It's just priority over there.
Yeah, I don't know how you dive to full health enchanters, essentially. The shielding coming from Renata's loyalty program and obviously Seraphine with her entire kit, but it's Dragon that's going to be the focus. At least getting their first objective of the match checkbox made. AOE randoms is going to have to do quite a bit more, though.
No. You just bring them 9 down. 4-man dive. No problem.
Oh,
4-man dive.
Yeah, the 4-man. Yeah, the 4-man.
You lock them down. They can't crowd control. Try and do it before level 6, though. That's all I'm going to say, because those ultimates are nasty.
Yeah, I mean, he did have the Azir ultimate. The Shrima Shuffle potentially just not quite able to get the movement on it, just like everybody else. But there's a little bit of the chunking, but maybe a preview into the future post 6.
Like it was like, I want more. Get over here. Let me kill you. I want to rend.
Starts Angie, ends up Hungy. We'll see if they end up famished after the early game, because Callista, like you said, is on a timer.
Now, we got to do a check-in, seeing what is happening with our junglers so far. If our good producer could give us a camera feed of our Kindred to see how many marks have been acquired thus far. Just one. So just one. To be expected. I mean, it's only 7 minutes in. Still waiting for the next one. And, ooh, a gank!
This is the shuffle. We talked about the early game from randoms, but it's Wild West Bandits getting on the board first. Good sir is going to pick up that kill.
Is there such a thing as a caster uncurse? Start looking at good
caster.
sir.
Okay. Yes, there is. It's caster clairvoyance, trademark pending. Please don't steal this. Please, I need this, please.
Okay. I'll let you have it. Don't worry.
Okay.
Let you have the copyright. But man, good sir, right place to be, and playing in tandem with Cry Now. As we said, Cry Now does really well in this year. That gank is going to do them wonders. The kill goes over to good sir, and this Kindred can scale for days.
Yeah. Who can't, it feels like, on the side of Wild West Bandits. The only kind of trade-off there being Pacus on the Ashe with what will be essentially an Enchanted Crystal Arrow every 30 seconds with the cooldown reduction build that they tend to make, but we're bringing up the Pacus and Colthrow.
It's unfortunate that Pacus is level 5, because I was itching for that gank to go off, and then I saw the number 5 and was instantly sad off of that. Still going to be a little bit now before get that level to come through, just taking the reset. Now a fight breaking out over in the river.
Good sir, though. Gonna be the target. Hostile takeover gets nobody, though. Nem9 steals the Kindred ultimate, and that's got to be the least offensive thing he could have done in the moment.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that one. Nem9, the selection of these ults that you take away, it's oh so crucial. Now Nem9 just really trying to play with the bullying that you can get with this, but the thing is, you're always going to get bullied back, and that's kind of the bait that Nem9's going for. He walks up, aggresses on, says, Cry Now, I dare you to fight. I have Colthrow in my back pocket, but you don't know that.
Encore misses too, though. We're whiffing some huge ultimates in the bottom lane. I mean, maybe a bit nervous knowing this is an elimination game. Both of these teams not on the mark yet.
Colthrow's just hovering around this river. Going down, going up, and all the way up top. He's raging.
Tiger. Yeah, it's the Undying Rage, maybe to pick up some kills. Ooh. This could be a little greedy. As we go away, Pulse looking for more. Does hit the second one, the third flash? That's the prediction. Geiger knew exactly what Pulse was doing. Had his pulse on the read there.
Oh, what a genius! The big brain outplay from the Angie Barbarian. He will stay alive. It still hurts in the grand scheme of things because he's going to be bullied so far away from this wave. Yeah, you see, he's not even recalling right now because he feels the desperation, but we're not done. There's still action in the bot.
A great flash there from Psycho to avoid the hostile takeover. John Johns goes down, but it's beautiful refresh. The bailout is going to save John Johns and get the turnaround kill. This bottom lane is so hard to kill.
Double Enchantress. How do you take it down? You can't. John still stays alive, and yeah, this is becoming disaster. I'm gonna be honest with you, Reed and Wright. I really don't like the chances of AOE randoms if they're in this position in the early game. Kalista needs an early lead. You're having a lot of struggles with Nem9 over in the mid lane where Cry Now is still winning out, and it's working towards the scaling conditions and the team fight conditions that you have from Wild West Bandits.
Yeah, this is a team. They're up 2.5K gold, and we're just talking about 11 minutes into the game and only 2 kills. Yes, AOE Randoms has the dragons, and it feels like that has to be the focus. This Jarvan cannot leave the bottom quadrants of the map, but if Bandits picks up any of these dragons and slows that Elder potential, then it feels like a sure thing thus far. But I mean, Deserex, this is League of Legends we're talking about. And anything can happen.
Anything could definitely happen. The thing is, things happening right now are benefiting Wild West Bandits. And they're going to continue to try and press onto that. The only thing is, AoE randoms, it's still a composition that does more damage right now. And that's why they're able to afford themselves some priority over here. Oh, I like the effort from Good Sir. But goodbye. That Drake belongs to AoE randoms.
Yeah, I got a little bit baited. The World Ender gets popped on the top side, and nothing much comes of it. They end up at about the same health. But yeah, Good Sir blowing the flash for a potential to extend that timer like I was talking about, but just does not get it. Maybe thinking about baiting with the Lamb's Respite, but I mean, this is call throw in his comfort zone.
Interesting play right here. So they're going to put the Herald down. Feed it over to Psycho. I wonder if they're trying to make up for some of the errors that they made, still trying to make sure this Kalista has agency in this early to mid spike, but they're going straight for the dive.
Yeah, this is the dive. The Encore is ready, but the hostile takeover is not. They decide against it, perhaps thinking maybe they've got both, but I mean, honestly, even one of those is enough.
Okay, let's take a look at the gold. What did that do for Psycho? Because a lot of plates just got cashed in right there. A Psycho relative to John Johns, he's still so far behind. That's 600 gold, the difference right now. Psycho needs to make up much more ground.
Yeah, I mean, they've only got 1 plate on the side of Bandits here in this bottom lane versus the 2 that they just, or sorry, 3 that they've received on the other end. But it was split here. Colthrow receiving some of that cut, and John Johns being able to pick up an early kill makes it potentially a little bit better. I mean, yeah, you just need more. Psycho, I mean, we're going to need something, an enchanted crystal arrow out of, nowhere to pull it out.
So where else can AoE randoms play from?
That mid lane looks pretty good. We saw a little bit of it, the Shurima Shuffle. It was funny. Cry Now looked to engage, and it was actually Nem9 pulling off the Emperor's Divide first beforehand, and if you can use that offensively rather than defensively, that seems to be a pretty good one. And I just realized the biggest counter to Kindred tends to be like a Gragas or an Azir, but whenever you got Silas looking at an Azir, those team fights, you can Shurima Shuffle them off of the Lamb's Respite and then do your damage. But the AoE damage on the side of AoE randoms isn't as there as maybe you would anticipate.
Yeah. You even think about that one, stealing away the Shurima Shuffle to deny the Lamb's Respite. Pretty nasty combo if they can make that work out. I also see it working for their side lanes more than anything else, right? They need to play for that side lane Tryndamere. So if you don't get Psycho ahead, if you get Geiger ahead, that can be the contingency plan for the later stages. As we said, you pull this team apart and you can catch them out in rotation. That's what AoE randoms composition is really, really good at. Even with this this fall, that's happened over in the bot side. But now it's going to be a setup. Remember, these Rift Heralds, they're pretty valuable now. They give 200 local gold. Second one, even chunkier than the first.
Yeah. I mean, Shelly was hongy in the offseason. Finally getting the gains we were looking for here towards the end. But the team fight, the lines are drawn. This is the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Encore layered over. Hostile Takeover lands as well. We get 2 Encores on the side. The Lamb's Respite comes in, and they do convert 1, but it's 2 the other way. Geiger goes radioactive at the beginning of this fight, and it's Pulse trying to clean up the rest. They do, and Geiger's the only one that's going to be left alive. The Bandits win it 4 kills, excuse me, to 3, and Geiger gets found.
Geiger is found out. He has the long way to go home. You might just eat the turret shots and call it a recall. Nope. Still gonna stay alive. So he should slip out of this. But man, was that a good engage for AOE randoms? Completely thwarted by one press of an R, and that was the Lamb's Respite. Good sir. So crucial. And you were talking about that ability to push people out of the Lamb's Respite. It wasn't Nem9 doing it. It was Cry Now doing it. He pushed them right out, and that flipped the fight completely in favor of Wild West Bandits. Man, you just cannot stop the momentum that they have.
Yeah, up at this point 3K going into the mid game. They need to find that advantage here on the objectives, looking at Dragon, and we're seeing the focus now as all 5 members of the Bandits show up. But if they can get some vision control here and keep Pockets from finding those little areas of vision that they don't have to get the arrow coming in from maybe a blind side, then I feel like they've got a better opportunity, because Pockets' arrow at the beginning of last fight was really, really good. It's just fighting in such a condensed area works so well for the Bandits.
Yeah. Ooh.
Sorry, cold throw on the engage, though. The bailout is not there. The Emperor's Divide,
Pulse.
they provide some safety.
Pulse.
Gets cold throw down. The trade is 1 for 1, but we're going back in. Pulse and Psycho frontlining, and Psycho, you are not a tank. You're Callista. You're frontlining for what? Nem9. Now the focus in it is you, Jug, picking it up with the auto attack.
Pulse was the hero. Pulse was absolutely the hero of that fight. Even with the engages that went off, it was Pulse that held that backline down and got them oh so low. It forced AOE randoms to retreat off of an engage that was looking in their favor. Pulse so good with this Aatrox, man. A great standing right there. The follow-up from the rest of the team, brilliant to get that catch out onto Psycho with the Encore. And now it's starting to feel done and dusted. You're just hoping that Geiger, with this 2-0-0 Tryndamere, who's still split pushing, can split push the living daylights out of Wild West Bandits.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't get to talk about it earlier, but Pulse's itemization into the Warden's Mail, so good in the early game against this Tryndamere. Even if you don't finish it, and Geiger does have the Undying Rage, but, I mean, he's going to have to spend a long time trying to get it away. Does go towards the tower, does not have the health regeneration to survive a shot, and goes down to Good Sir instead. Now we're looking for more flash hostile takeover as we go down to the bottom lane. Pockets is able to survive. Now it's Cry Now and Nem9 in the bottom lane. What happened up there?
I did see that Pockets got onto the blast plant before the hostile takeover landed. So Pockets just barely in time gets over to where those golems are. Gonna survive that advancement, but man, that's a flash burn on Pockets on top of it. That's your top lane that has been doing so well on this side lane control, finally getting attacked by Wild West Bandits, and now you're losing all your guns. You've lost the early game of your Callista. Geiger is starting to bleed out in the top side. AoE random's got to do something quick.
Yeah, Herald's going to be dropped maybe to help equalize some of this gold. Cry Now is in a little bit of trouble. Emperor's Divide going to do exactly that, and M9 can't follow without the flash. But in the mid lane, Enchanted Crystal Arrow is for what? They're still going to get Shelly.
That hurts. That hurts so much. Wow.
It's desperation, it feels like.
Yeah, so they put it down. AoE randoms, they're kind of falling apart right now. Just from those last engages that you saw, Pockets throws out an arrow, and Kolthro kind of just wiggles around a little bit, figuring out what to do. Are we engaging? Are we not? That's telling me that AoE randoms are just not on the same page. They're kind of tilting out. They're not collectively acting as a unit at the most critical time when they need to.
Yeah, for a comp that needs to set up those picks, coordination is key. Team fights, you let the kind of reflexes and your general like experience take over there, but it's coordinating when you create the side pressure to create the rotation.
I think I have. Okay.
Oh, there I am.
There
Sorry
he is.
about that.
There
Yeah.
There he is.
Must have been cut. No worries. Okay, so as I was saying, the coordinating those rotations and creating that pressure is what's going to give you the pick opportunities. And if you're not if you're not being as coordinated as maybe you're used to, you're going to lose that. And Burst Divide, though, double going down. Hostile takeover does disengage, but the Cataclysm comes in. They need to kill him before the bailout goes down, and it does not. Nim9 misses the engage as the tower goes down as well. The follow-up potentially there. The Encore Flash locks down Nim9, and they pick up another one. 2 for 1. Bandits can't do anything wrong.
This man has hands. My word, that Encore Flash was absolutely beautiful. And it's not even done, Reed. It's not done. They lose Pockets. They're losing everything. All the win conditions just down the drain. Wild West Bandits, they're playing with such momentum. And it's not over. Geiger's still trying to find something over towards the top side. He will get that tower. He should be able to escape from this. Let's Pulse times this well enough. There's the
Undying Rage. The knockup is going to be good enough to keep him at least in range for the set. I mean, the cooldown on Aatrox's Umbral Dash is just so low at this point. And Good Sir's going to pick up another one. Oh my gosh, this Kindred is going radioactive now.
Did you see that, Reed?
Yeah.
He failed the dash. He tried to do it through the thickest point of the wall. And it was just too thick, boy. It was just dummy thick.
Yeah.
And he couldn't get through it.
Yep.
Good Sir capitalizes.
It's just like Shelly. She's getting her gains. Maybe the walls kind of picking up some gains of their own, and Geiger not up to date.
Oh, man. Sad situation for Geiger and the rest of AoE randoms in this game, number one. The benefit being that this is a best of 5, so you do have time to adjust. I do like the fact that random's committed to a very early composition, but man, you had to play to it a little bit better than that.
It's not necessarily over. There are avenues in. I think that with a comp that Wild West Bandits has, that tends to be fairly ult-centric. If you miss the hostile takeover in the Encore, there is potential for you to bait out some of those abilities and then re-engage for the fight whenever they're down those important ultimates. So if I'm looking for a way in, it's AoE randoms looking absolutely psychotic for a moment. Johns and Yu Jung potentially coming in with an ultimate that they think is good, and then the rest of the team capitalizing on the weak side. The fight, that feels like the only thing for me, but as we get into these objectives, the corridors are so hard.
This is still a tough sell to me to say that there's comeback potential there. Because even if you look at the scope of the ultimates and whatnot, you miss one, another one's going to come. You miss one, another one's going to come. And there's great disengage, but even with all that, you still come into the team fight. You're playing into Pulse's territory. Pulse on this Aatrox has been phenomenal of just frontlining and face tanking and absorbing every bit of damage he gets with that World Ender alongside the Gore Drinker. Has itemized for a lot of armor on top of that. So really, only Nim9 can be a threat to him, and he has to be in the very front of these fights, in the danger of the Azir, of the Seraphine, of the Renata as well. Those are tough champions to get through. So. While there's always potential, there's always going to be potential for a comeback. We've seen comebacks in past that are greater than 10k deficits. It's just I don't think their composition really gives them an avenue in. It's not doing them any favors as we get later into this game.
And speaking of avenues in, we might be trying to sneak a Baron here. They're going to be engaging on Nim9. If he can delay this, he's running towards a Baron a little bit longer, perhaps. There's an opportunity. This is the pause bug. This is a moment. Yep, we're back in. Is able to use the Lambs of Survive to stay alive. And I think that might have been enough.
No way.
I think that they're going to think that,
No way.
okay, they're basing. We got pressure on the mid turret.
That should be
Rux,
Baron.
this could be an opportunity. This is fine. Pockets going down. They're so confident. Yes, take the mid turret. Oh no, we
have
lost
to know
our
what's up.
support. Our mid lane's back.
They have to
Oh
know.
gosh. No, they don't. Yeah, this is Baron under their nose. AOE Randoms pulls out a miracle here.
Oh, that Baron is big. You lost Pockets, but I don't know. I don't know about the trade right now. Sure, you grabbed the Baron. You did have your base cracked in the process.
Yeah.
I think you have to take a fight on top of this to make it worth it, and they're going for it.
Cold throw? Flagon drags out through 4 and is totally fine. No fight to be had here, but Desarex, I pose you one counter argument. It's that Baron felt like Wild West Bandits anyway. And this was a foothold now for AOE Randoms to find something. And they lose their mid lane, most importantly, than anything else. And it's so easy to run through mid lane, but Nem9 is in trouble. The hostile takeover escorts him out, and they pick up another kill. Power play now for Wild West Bandits, but nothing's on the map.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. AOE Randoms, while it gives them a little bit of lane agency and control of these lanes, works really well for Geiger. Oh, it works really well for Geiger. In any other position, they don't have agency when it comes to taking a fight on the map. They can't outright contest unless they get a very, very clean pick of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Oh, that puts them in a very rough situation, even with that Baron take. They lost Nem9 in the process, so a lot of the tempo that they just gained has just been lost. As now it's Wild West's Bandits map to go ahead and push right back out. And AOE Randoms, I don't know if they can get much else left with this Baron timer.
Yeah, they're going to need to just get some lane pro, perhaps, to get some vision here in this bottom quadrant, but man, yeah, it is just so tough. You're a pick comp that is trying to gain ground against what, I mean, you're looking across at a gold lead that is 6K at this point, over 1,000 gold per champion on average at this point, and that is so much to overcome. Yes, the Tryndamere is getting some pressure in the top lane, but everywhere else is just so difficult.
Ooh. Pressure being applied over here. The thing that's so rough about it is, look at that Randuin's. It's doing so much work to make Geiger's damage nothing.
Oh my gosh, a perfectly timed Darken Blade cuts down Geiger for the kill. The pressure's gone. Effectively, Baron at this point, just 1,500 gold on a one-time purchase.
You've lost so much, man. You've lost so much. You need that side lane control. If Tryndamere can't hold a side lane, what is the point of Tryndamere? If Kalista can't win the early game, what is the point of Kalista? They're still going to try. It's desperate, but this is their last chance.
EP's coming through, though. This is the opportunity. Cry Now is going to get there a little bit late, but the damage is not there, and Cry Now is. That is a great shuffle back in. Nem9 tries to get something, but the Lamb's Respite guarantees the health and the lives and the game for Wild West Bandits.
Great performance out of Wild West Bandits. They're keeping that momentum that they've gotten from the lower brackets, and it is running through. It is showing why they were such a heated team over in their division, over in the Cloud division, where they went 4-0 when they went completely undefeated onto the season itself. And they're looking to run this through AOE randoms.
Crazy game, Desarex. I gotta sit down. I was up, man. I was ready. That fight was the moment, right? Where potentially they're trying to just desperately cling on to anything. They got the sneaky Baron, but you know, you have to win a fight. You're not gonna get back into this game without one. And yeah.
That was the tough thing, because now they were just relying exclusively on pick. Exclusively on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow or Kolthro to find a flag and drag. When Geiger can't beat Pulse anymore, it was done. It was really done for them. I don't think this counts AOE randoms out in the series whatsoever, because this was a composition thing. This was their comp just not really having a good effect when it came to the mid game if they didn't have an early lead. They can still snap back pretty well, but they're going to need something with a little bit more contingency plans to deal with the momentum that we've been seeing from the early games of Wild West Bandits.
Yeah, the momentum coming in clutch. I mean, now they are 9-1 in their last 10. 90% win rate at a competitive level is insane. They lost their first match of the upper bracket. Felt like maybe the Cloud division was weak. Perhaps, they didn't have a contender in the field. Looky here. Wild West Bandits takes a game off of AOE randoms. Now we got a showdown, perhaps. But this showdown continues after the break. We'll be right back for game 2 of this best of 5 series. And I'm smelling a late night for us. I'll see you then.
Welcome back, everyone. Wait, I'm confused. Wait, why am I doing this? I'm gonna take over play-by-play for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah,
it's probably Hyper. Hyper probably decided this. How dare he?
Yeah. Well, he was like, we need some casters out here. You know, we need to find some. Liam was like, hey, you know, I gotta find some people. And two play-by-play casters on the same broadcast? No way that goes badly.
Absolutely absurd. And you know what? Let's take us out of absurdity. Let's bring us back into the game that we just witnessed. AOE, randoms, of course, versus Wild West Bandits. Wild West Bandits taking game number 1. I want to bring this all the way back to the draft. You know, all right, Hyperswift.
How is that so quick?
I don't know. I don't know how he's so quick with that, but so fast, so fast. What we had from Wild West Bandits was they were able to grab the Seraphine right away. The response was questionable, I feel like, from AoE randoms, right? They went the Callista and the Silas. They weren't willing to show their bot lane right away. And this allowed for the takeaway of that Renata and that double Enchantress lane that just completely neutralized the bot lane of AoE randoms.
Yeah, it's so tough to play into that. I think maybe you hold the Silas, pick Callista Renata. We've got a totally different story we're talking about at that point, because the synergy between those two champions, Renata and Seraphine, whenever the enemy team has to make a move, is so big. I mean, those are two champions that are like, bring it in. Come on, guys. We'll take it right here, and then we're gonna absolutely destroy you with it. So it's I think potentially something they could look for in draft, or we could see something totally different and just a flip on what we've seen. We haven't seen too many salty runbacks in amateur, but you know, maybe this is the one where we see a minor fold at the beginning and the rest ends up somewhat similar.
All right, so AoE randoms are still opting to be on that red side. That does give them that counter pick priority that we know so well about red side. Or it's not just the 5th pick, it's the 3rd pick as well. And for that 3rd pick in AoE randoms, that's when they grabbed the Ashe. That was supposed to be the big reveal of the support of having that Ashe and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, what it can do with those picks. I don't want to see that this time. I think it was a rough decision to go for that because it didn't really enable you a lot of the things that you get from red side having that R3.
Yeah, and usually with R3, some of the philosophies of thought tend to be something like a mid or a top laner that you can ban out some of the counters to at the R4, R5 ban. But support obviously going to garner a lot of help there. Instead, we saw 7.5 jungle bans. I've kind of retracted from the 8. Given the mid laners that we have in the game, they both play Zed, so it's possible. But yeah, the bans thus forward look at least similar. I am, you know, a little salt, a little bit here and there, potential, but you know, we're still in the kitchen. We got a lot of cooking to do.
Yeah, so getting close to the salty run back. So far, these bans are exactly the same. The takeaway of the Draven and the Poppy, as well as the Karthus and the Yone. All we need is the Udyr and the Zed, and there's the Udyr, and we'll have the exact same on the salty run back. Now, for that B1, Wild West, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Seraphine, grab it again if it is not banned away from AoE randoms.
Yeah. Feels pretty confident. Once again, it's still a flex pick. Something possible. I know CryNow doesn't necessarily want to just bring it into the mid lane, but can do it. This mid lane is fairly volatile. The Azir was something used for the comp, but CryNow very proficient on those aggressive mid laners as well. And now, yeah, we start to see it all unfold.
Yeah, this was a little bit to be expected. Wild West Bandits are not gonna mess with success, as they will take the Seraphine. Now, I want to see what the response of AoE randoms is going to be. I don't think the Callista was a bad choice. Yeah, going right back to it.
Good
now,
so
this
far.
is where I'm expecting the change up to be for their R2. Are they going to go for support here, or will they stick it out for that solo lane grab?
Man, I want the Renata. I want to, you know, we're Psychic type IRL here. It is potential Renata pick away. The B, come on, do it! No, no, they are listening. I know, Desra, they're absolutely listening. I am so pissed. Oh God.
They heard you talking, but it is a changeup that's not going to allow the Azir. And what the Azir did was, in combination, alongside that Kindred, man, that combo, especially in that last team fight, was absolutely nasty. So not going to let that combo be a thing, but still giving up Seraphine and Renata, this lane that stonewalled AoE Random's bot lane. But okay, wait, I'm holding my breath.
It's on the wrong side.
Yeah, it's on the wrong side.
We won it in Colthro's hands. Potentially they're kind of baiting, you know, they're like, hey, Colthro, you remember this guy? Remember this guy? You like this guy. You know, Hecarim, he's a good champ for you, remember?
Do it, Colthro. Do it. Do it.
Yeah.
Just do it. You got 16 seconds on the clock. You don't need all 16 seconds to figure out that your pick is going to be Hecarim. Make it Hecarim, Colthro. Make it Hecarim. I know you're listening, Colthro. Ah, right at the monkey.
We're actually getting just roasted out here. Holy cow. Everything we go for just smothered, baited, dangled right in front of our head. Oh, God.
I mean, okay, to be fair, it's not the most meta of champions at the moment, but God damn, my dreams, just let me have them.
It's Colthros. Yeah, it's Colthros. We've won it. It's good.
All right, as we take stock of what we've grabbed so far, so a little bit of a mismatch coming in all lanes, AoE randoms. They have the aggression of that Callista, but not having their support puts them in a situation where that support pool can be targeted. And already, Wild West Bandits are targeting it. They're going after the more aggressive supports. Pyke taken away. Pox will not be able to play that, which pairs oh so well with Callista.
Yeah, this is super good. I want to know what support we're going for. The Blitz! Yes, I called it last game! Okay, I said the Blitz was good into this. It is. It totally is. If you can isolate one of the two bottom laners in that moment, it removes all opportunity for them. The Seraphine and the Renata are both vulnerable to it. The Blitz is so good! We get the ballistic combo, Jesserux!
It's the classic, man! It's the classic! Ever since Season 1, you see an Enchantress in the bot lane, and you're like, well, I'm going Blitz, baby! I'm taking it, I'm grabbing, I'm kidnapping, and that is gonna be your day. Just nothing but gray. Now, the response, however, for Wild West Bandits is they see that Silas is open, and look at the ultimates. Look at the ultimates you could take away. Spicy ones. Spicy ones to grab.
It's interesting. I think that, I mean, obviously into the Azir is something that both of these mid laners are now very familiar with, having played the other side of it, but safety in the Gnar, you're blind picking it. No, yeah.
I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. Go away.
It's not a Wukong talk. The Bel'Veth, though. Okay, this is a Geiger pick. This is a Geiger pick. He's been spamming it in solo queue. He played it even last week in the top lane. And this is absolutely possible.
Okay.
So, no. 5 seconds. Just go back. We know you are. Thank you. Thank you. It's the Bel'Veth top lane. Something I think a lot of viewers might not have seen before.
Yeah, actually, I haven't seen it. You were just alluding to the game last week where they played it. Give us a little bit of a rundown, Reedon, right? Bel'Veth over in the top side. I know she likes her neutral objectives. I know she likes her fishy fishies. How else does that work out?
Well, that's kind of the biggest thing, is that you draft a pretty a high agency jungler in the early game. Wukong is going to be able to do that. And you prioritize that Rift Herald super highly. The Azir is going to have prio in the mid lane over the Silas, was going to have prio over most anything in that mid lane to get the push into the river, so that you at least have those members participating in the Herald fight. The wild card there being the Callista Blitzcrank, you know, whether they can get the prio or the back in time for Seraphine Renata is going to be the question. But if Bel'Veth gets that early Rift Herald, then the game feels much better on the side of AoE randoms. And I think they're hoping that Wild West Bandits has not played against something like this before.
Yeah, that's the thing about Bel'Veth. You end up playing towards a very specific style when you draft her into your composition. The other thing about Bel'Veth is you can play towards a counter strategy to neutralize that early side and make sure you play towards top lane. Lee Sin can do that. Lee Sin can very much do that. Active early game jungler. The other thing about Belveth is you get second chances because there's more than one neutral camp. Second Rift, you can try again. Dragon, you can try again.
Yep.
So, yeah, Geiger has plenty of windows. He does have a jungler in Kolthro that has a lot of agency onto this map. Wukong, absolutely fantastic. So if you can set up over there, you can get AoE randoms for a comeback. But I'm still looking at that. I'm still looking at that bot lane. I'm still wondering how things are going to go down there because that Blitzcrank was picked up. We now have changed it up completely. Different support this time. Wiped away. Now taken in the Blitzcrank. The anti-Enchantress.
Yeah, and if we're looking mid to late game, it looks like there has been, just got notification from Hyper that there was a pause at the beginning of the game. Gotta be, I mean, this is third strike for Nim9. You know, at this point, you're out, bud. No, we're all jokes. But we don't know what the pause is for yet. We do have a little bit more time until we do get into game. But looking at the mid to late team fights here, the scaling advantage feels a little more neutral than it was last game. This isn't the Azir on the opposite end, partnered with the Aatrox, partnered with that Kindred, which was going to do extremely well later because marks never go away. But instead, you're trading those out for some of those mid-game to early-game facilitators in the Lee Sin, in that Silas that can scale depending on the situation, but the range is honestly pretty big.
I think this is going to be a battle of bot. That's what I see this really coming down to. That's what we had last time, right? You drafted the Callista condition for the early game. It didn't work out. It was stonewalled. Now you have something that can play for that early game a little bit better in the Wukong. Big thing is, Lee Sin's great at countering a lot of ganks that come through. So catch that in, you can thwart it. That puts all the volatility into the bottom lane. I think Kolthro, as we leave that the early first 5 or 6 minutes, we'll start playing towards the top side more. But that puts a lot of weight on him to perform for his bottom lane. I believe we are going to throw it over to short break right now. Hyper, I do want to know how much time we got, if we're still in that pause. Okay. So yeah.
Okay.
A little bit of an extended break as Nem9. You know, we'll get him some fixes. You know, it's all right. You should have came prepared. Where's your backup internet and the backup to that internet and the backup to that internet? Yeah. But besides the point, time to throw it over to break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2, Wild West Bandits versus Area of Effects Randoms. All right, everyone, welcome back to the Rift. Wild West Bandits, AOE randoms, a best of 5 underway with Wild West Bandits taking game number 1. And this match, lose here, you're out. You win here, you're in the finals. Wild West Bandits, such momentum coming out from them.
Yeah, it's a best of 5 Deserex. So we do at least have one more game.
I did say it was a best of 5. Don't you try me on this? I'll fight you. I'll fight you trying to correct me. What are you doing? You want to go?
Wait, no, you said one more win, right? And they're in.
No, I said one more series win. All right, all right. Well, you got to get into the semantics a little bit.
Oh, my bad. Listening diff.
Don't worry.
It's a diffy in the there's nothing that
I like how that pause game that pause bug was just for us to sort that out. Now we've got to sort it out. Now we're back on track.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I think so. We left off with a little bit of analysis of the bottom lane. I think I did. Yeah, on UPL. The bottom lane analysis was super good because I think if Colthrow can get Psycho and Pacus a considerable lead and give them that lane control, then they can bring them up much more conveniently to that Rift Herald fight, and potentially earlier than John Johns and Yuzhong. If you delay their level 6, that is the most like crucial aspect of it. And Blitzcrank doesn't need level 6. Blitzcrank Ultimate is like not that impactful on the grand scheme of things. Getting up there a little bit earlier might be enough. So I like the analysis you were kind of leading to there.
Well, you know what? I'm going to throw that all away. And this is what I'm going to break down the game, all right?
Okay.
Pacus is going to go beep, 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 vroom, to the mid lane. Reach out. Go grab Cry Now. Cry Now is going to cry as he gets sent to the gray screen. And zoom, beep, 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 all the way to the top lane. First, he's got to do this in the bottom lane, though, as we'll get that grab onto YHL. Good rend on the back end of it. Good chunk out of damage, but that's what you wanted. You want the Callista to win out these fights early and actually have a fighting chance. And this Blitzcrank, beep, beep, it's enabling it.
Yeah, I mean, is the Ashe doing this last game? Hell no. It's poking what it has 2 champions with a shield. Yeah, you're going to chip a little bit, but this Blitzcrank just took 75 on the first hook. No problem. Just land the abilities, Geiger.
What's mean? Yeah. What's that for? Oh god, now I'm kind of seeing the reasons for this top lane Bel'Veth.
Yeah, I mean, level 2 advantage, pretty good. And Gnar without jump against gap closer, I mean, it's GG.
Scary.
For at least 30 seconds.
Oh god, and it's kind of a scrap everywhere. Bot lane, Pacus looking for a fight. Mid lane, same thing with Nem and Cry Now. Topside, Geiger is just looking to feast on the Pulse. Might have a bloody game just waiting right now, and Cry Now still looking for a bit more onto Nem9, but fortunately doesn't have enough backup. Still soften him up for those junglers to show up. Colthrow already waiting in the wings. Good Sir is probably anticipating Colthrow to path towards the bottom lane as he is ending at his golems.
We almost got like a mini ballista combo. The handshake landed on Blitz as Blitz went to pull and push backwards, which would have just let Renata go even further displaced from the tower. So a little preview of what might be to come. But Colthrow had a really interesting path there, foregoing the blue buff in order to potentially counter gank here, but doesn't spot.
Ooh, this is an overextension. Completely read out by Geiger and Colthrow. They'll follow up for the counter gank onto Good Sir and get first blood in that top lane, Bel'Veth.
This is huge. A Bel'Veth with an advantage in the top lane. That's going to be Herald, but we got more action.
More action across the rift because Pacus is picking fights as he's picking people with the rocket grab. It's going to result in a flash being burnt out of John Johnson. Psycho, he was angry last game. He's feeling a little happy right now. And not done yet. Geiger still poking out Pulse.
Yeah, Pulse should be a little better for wear now with the Gnar hop. That's going to keep him safe from this Bel'Veth because everything is fairly telegraphed. You should be able to dodge almost everything, but it's whenever Colthrow is going to be helping in the future. That kill, though, allowing this Belveth to potentially in the future ward off that Lee Sin Gnar combo that they're going to be looking for, and maybe sooner than we thought.
Kind of funny right there. It's a reverse of fortunes, as Pulse will be the first one to level 5, and Geiger's like, never mind, I don't want anything to do with that one. And that recall's got to come a little bit faster, though, because look, good sir, he's stalking over on this top side.
And they've got Mega Gnar. Pulse thought Geiger was gone, and this is an opportunity.
Oh, this is rough for Geiger, because he needs that minion wave. Backup's coming quick. It needs to come quicker.
Yeah. Look at Pacus, though, already roaming up to alleviate that pressure. They know where they need to win on this top side, and they're getting it. They don't know Pacus is there, though.
Now they're realizing the whole crew has arrived. Geiger with the knock-up. Call-throw follows through. Falling low is Geiger, though, and he has to back up, but the boomerang will land right on back of his dome. Pulse netting up that kill. Trade 1-for-1. Cry now. A new challenger looking to arrive to change this around for the Wild West Bandits. Pulse continuing the chase onto Pacus. Now that he has the backup of Cry now. Will swing those chains into Pacus. Not get another kill. Who's waiting in the tri-bush, though? It is YHL. We'll get another burst of damage with a handshake, looking to chip away at AOE randoms.
Yeah, really volatile early game here with so much investment here from the supports roaming up to the top lane, just due to the fact that over the last 2.5 minutes, we've been essentially on the same screen. Really crazy stuff, and Belveth finally able to buy now. Did get the kill, but was not able to go back and spend that gold. Now has the Noon Quiver and two kills under their belt, equalizing the teleports as well.
That's going to be oh so tasty for Geiger over there on that top side. But not as fun if you're Psycho and you're realizing that perhaps I have overextended, good sir, missing the Sonic Wave. Nonetheless, you get the flash out on a very simple overextension.
Yeah, YHL does trade their flash in return, but some fancy feet from Psycho. Doesn't even have to use the Callista passive to avoid the Lee Sin Q, but man, the nerves are kind of getting to me. I can't imagine how the players are feeling.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, with how close a lot of these fights have been, because it's not just a quiet game. Sure, we have 3 kills in 7 minutes, but that doesn't tell you how many battles, how many fights we've had in the 7 minutes. There have been very close exchanges throughout this map. And feel the tension between both these squads as constantly looking for plays, going to be caught out by the Emperor's Divide, but not pushed into the tower. That could have been catastrophic. Cry now just barely out of range, Reed.
Yeah, and it's absolutely the difference to that tower shot potentially swinging the kill there in favor of Nem9, but doesn't pick it up. No real investment, though. Silas still does have ultimate, and Azir does not, but I don't see too much happening, except we do have Rift Herald showing up pretty soon.
And you remember how valuable that Rift Herald spawn is. First one, 200 local gold. The changes that we had earlier in the other patches, as well as a Belveth. She wants her transformation. She doesn't want her dash to be stopped by a wall. She wants to be able to hop over those walls. Thing is, you need priority, and Coulter's trying to establish it in the mid lane. But you don't have much of it as Pulse still gets freed out from that top lane prison.
Yeah, Cry now picks up the static field from Blitzcrank, and they're going to be the ones with first agency here. Seeing Psycho on the Callista in the bottom lane means that this Herald is not as easily taken. The Narbar is low, but where's the avenue in here for AoE randoms?
Oh, and that handshake, that will be enough to deny it. Smite's going to go out, but still taking the fight. Ooh, rocket grab landing onto nothing. Cyclone's going to be used out of Cold Throw. Gets the knock on the good Sir, who's trying to escape. Will flash over the wall. Has the payback on top of it. The buff is there, but finally falling. Pulse will return the kill as he gets that Mega Gnar form. Popping the ultimate. Doesn't land onto much. Pacus with the punch. Will knock up Pulse again, but the Encore lands flush. Pulse now trying to survive, but Psycho with a rend on the back will return a kill right back to AoE randoms. 1-for-1. Still continuing with the fight right now. Cry now looking to get away from Nem9. Psycho waiting in the wings. AoE randoms. They might have lost the Rift Herald. They still fight very viciously to gain control of the map.
Deserox, a well-deserved break after a call like that. It was a long, extended fight, and you figure that that favors the Azir, and here it does. It gave Psycho just enough time to get back into the fight, pull Pacus back with the Fates call into the fight again to re-engage. And if Colthrow doesn't go down as soon as they did, potentially it's just a huge sweep. But I mean, these fights are going to remain close, I feel like, for a while now.
Oh man, you need to cash in on that Herald and get plates from it, and it will be a net win for Wild West Bandits. So we'll see where they decide to place that and try and get that influx of gold. It wouldn't be too bad to put it on Pulse, who, in this matchup against Geiger, has been having his own little bit of struggles, especially in those earlier stages, but as he shapes up more and more into this game, becomes such a teamfight presence, as you saw with that Meganar ultimate, how much of a threat it was for AOE randoms to get even close to the top laner.
Yeah, and the Wombo combo is still there. You still have the Encore, the Hostile Takeover, and now the Gnar from Gnar in the top lane. I mean, that's a lot to work with. And given how reliable Gnar can be, if the enemy team doesn't have flash, or if you do, then the rest is layered fairly easily. So it's going to be a high level of execution on the side of AOE randoms to navigate around that. But we saw glimpses of it last game in just kind of getting beat over the head with the wallets of Wild West Bandits. Here we've got a bit more neutral of a early game. And so this is where AOE can then look for the advantages they wanted to last time.
You know what? I say, good sir, place this Rift Herald in the top lane. Break the top lane tower. Make it hard for Geiger to have to be in this lane. Make this a very long lane. Make him always threatened. Because if you have that priority up there, that pretty much sets you up for a second Rift Herald later on when that's able to spawn. And it seems like that idea might be on the mind of good sir as he does head in that direction, but Colthrow will meet him.
Yeah, they know he's there. Geiger's going to be there first, though.
Oh, Dragon's Rage comes out, but caught out by Geiger.
Ooh.
Here comes the Cyclone. Pulse will use the ultimate right in return with the wall up onto Geiger. Cyclone still getting popped out. Cry now looking to join the fight. Jumps onto Geiger, steals away the ultimate. In return, the Cyclone right back to AOE randoms, but the damage too big. Returning fire will be Colthrow. Now a one-on-one will get an interference as Nem9's able to join, and Geiger will still net another kill. We are not done, though, because there's more fights to be had across the rift. Fighting it out on the bot side. YHL, you're a little bit too close to this Callista. Waiting for the Rend. Gonna use the payback, but can't get close enough. Gets dropped now. Another Rend will follow suit and take down John. 2 kills to Psycho in the bot lane, and it all goes right for AOE randoms across the rift.
Oh my god, there's so much to talk about. Geiger in the top lane, surviving for so long and picking up another kill as well. Colthrow Geiger playing that almost to perfection. And then on the bottom lane, it seemed like the bailout from YHL's Renata almost baited John's back into the fight. It felt like maybe they thought that Renata was going to be able to survive, and then all of a sudden it's a 2v1 situation and you go down as well. AOE Randoms picks up everything there. It was such a big influx.
It's the AOE org, man. You can't put them down. The moment they start getting doubted, that is when they are going to perform. And AOE Randoms getting gold everywhere they needed to. Psycho collecting 2 kills onto that one for this Callista. We talked about it. It's an early game condition, and now you're playing that early game. Geiger doing well over on that top side. 3, 1, and 2 for this Callista. Has so much presence and agency up there. This is going great for AOE Randoms. 13 minutes into this, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, and the scaling from Geiger here on this Bel'Veth is a little two-sided. It's kind of similar to what people think Nasus scales like. Yes, it's technically infinite, but sometimes those later game team fights are just tough to participate in. If Geiger can get an advantage and then scale into it with that scaling attack speed from all those kills and making this a really bloody game, then Bel'Veth feels really, really good. But I'm still worried about that Wombo here from Bandits.
Oh yeah, that Wombo. Oh, imagine it in a choke point. Get it in the right spot, right time. I mean, oh yeah, this is a short range composition out of AOE randoms. Ultimate used by Pulse against Geiger might just be harassment here for the sake of fighting. You do have Rift Herald that's coming up pretty soon, so winning out on this engage just does give you a little bit of front foot in for this Rift Herald spawning.
Yeah, very rarely do you see a melee champion opt into a fight with a Meganar. But Geiger just so confident on this pick, opting for anything at all. And yeah, I think you're right. Maybe with the lifesteal that the Vampiric Scepter is going to provide, Belveth gives her maybe a little more confidence to heal off these Krugs and be ready for the Herald fight. Then maybe we have something. But if they don't get a Herald in the first two, Bandits has to feel pretty good about their situation.
Oh, good sir. Good sir. Good sir. Good sir. Where are you going, good sir? Good sir. You have taken blue buff. This blue buff no longer belongs to you, good sir. It belongs to Geiger. You will claim that right back. And with that pick right there, so greedy from good sir, just gives a free Rift Herald over to AOE randoms. But like we said, the action is never done, because when randoms fight, they fight across the map. They will force Cry now to burn his flash.
You could see Bacchus playing with that F key, really wanting to flash over that wall to get to this Silas on Cry now. But I mean, you've done your job. You've forced Silas back. You did everything you needed to. The kill is just 300 gold. Potentially the flash in the future is a one-team fight. So good on you, saving the crucial ability and maybe more.
YHK caught out by the rocket grab, but the counter encore is beautiful. Lands onto 3 and gives Cry now an instant way into the fight. A shutdown acquired by Cry now. Wild West Bandits not done just yet. That gives them the front foot for the Dragon.
All of that gold on Geiger not in the fight, but it's still going potentially. No, they're going to disengage. This is Bandits coming online, but Geiger's got the flank.
Ooh, he was itching for that flank, but he needed to land that knock-up flush if he was going to take that. A little bit too much of a risk to go for.
Yeah, this is Herald drop, though. Randoms is going to have the inside track onto this Dragon. They don't... Pulse isn't even at the fight. No teleport to join, so they lose their mid turret and they lose their Dragon. Bandits on the back foot here.
And I thought there would have been a little bit of a better footing onto the back end of that, but nope. Nope. Rough spot for Bandits. Still looking to fight back some of the tempo that they've lost. And even with that little engage there, I do like the play, but that's the thing about that transformed Belveth, is you can actually hop over walls now with your dash, so that will keep Geiger nice and safe as that Dragon is secured by AoE randoms.
Yeah, it's so much to try to fight through. Belveth deceptively tanky as well. Just has so much in the kit to prevent those dives that they do, and even welcoming this 2v1 with the teleport coming through.
You're not stopping this. You go after Geiger, and there's so many dashes afforded to you when you are this Belveth. It buys so much time. Emperor's Divide going to use, but Colthrow comes right on the flank. Geiger's running low here, but so are the Wild West Bandits jumping right in. It's going to be Cry now, returns the kill, gets that shut down, but the encore once again. John Johns has been landing these oh so well to give a fighting chance over the Wild Bandits. Out comes the rocket grab, but Flash just in the nick of time. Now the counter teleport comes in. His pulse is going to show with the Meganar waiting to be dropped. Shut down, picked up, and now it's time to transform. Will hop right onto the dome of Psycho, but gets picked up by Pockets. Still alive is Psycho, as he will get the sidestep and outplay. Pulse waiting for the wall, waiting for something to put him down, finds another stun. Nem9 stands tall nearby his ADC that puts down Pulse.
Psycho goes crazy there in the bottom lane, picking up so many kills there, and there's still more available. Pockets fishing, but I mean, these fights are so close. Colthrow going down barely to the fact that, I mean, this Pulse, Good Sir, Gnar, Lee Sin combo doing a lot of work, and Cry now at the beginning of that fight turning everything initially, but not enough. Psycho survives thanks to the Immortal Shield Bow, and the name couldn't be more true in his hands.
What a trooper, man. All those sidesteps, you know, he finally gets caught out by the wallop at the end of the fight. At the point where Pulse just has no more cooldowns and no more friends to bring to the fight. Just wiped out was Wild West Bandits. Psycho, so good with his positioning and spacing. And this is taking away a lot from Wild West Bandits. I don't think they're completely out of the game because we're seeing how good John Johns has been with a lot of these counter-engage encores. Yeah. So it affords a good team fight for Wild West Bandits. But it is a 4K lead now for AoE randoms. They're gonna have to find that team fight quite soon, Reed.
Another Meganar engaged now. Immediately disengaged. But it's Pockus?
Yep, there he is. There's the boy. You go gold, but you're just it's kind of like an Emmy being picked up. He's happy to wait that out, give his victory speech, and pick up the kill.
Pockus is everywhere. We thought it was going to be a big allotment of Pockus in the mid and then the top, but it's the effectively roaming back down to the bottom lane.
All right, here comes Geiger into the jungle. Pull throw does have Cyclone, but those engaged tools, man, you got to respect them, and AoE randoms are going to pay respects there. Meganar was coming up quite soon, and you had the double Enchantress, but the Rocket Grab provides a load of disrespect to Johns. Even with the Encore, it will not save you from the Psycho.
Cool guys don't look at explosions. The bailout provides exactly that. Pockus lands another hook, and we get more.
Oh, a nice pick coming out for Cry now. Good sir with that Dragon's Rage setting it up. Azir turret not going up in time, but here comes the counteroffensive made by AoE randoms. Cry now will have to deal with the onslaught. Running away is going to be Pockus, but Geiger already grabbing it. Gets pulled away by the handshake, but Psycho has arrived. Not going to pull the Ren for the slow, already using it for the kill. With that AoE randoms, even when Wild West Bandits find a win, even when they get a pick, AoE randoms are racing to turn it around.
It's so fun. One of my favorite things, okay, a bit of a sidetrack. One of my favorite things about this Bel'Veth is that whenever she's in this form and she's kind of like turning at the opponent just trying to position, it's almost like the come at me bro pose, you know, the arms held out wide, like what you gonna do, huh? What you got? And Lee Sin's gonna find out, good sir.
So lucky that Johns was nearby. Had someone to safeguard too. Oh, Seraphine protecting in more ways than one.
It's just the stature, like, come on, bro. What you gonna do, bro? Come on.
What you gonna do about it? Step up.
I mean, Geiger wants it. He's got so much lifesteal in the kit. Like, even if you go down to like half health, there's just not enough burst.
Well, you're gonna need to bring that burst and bring it really, really soon because Dragon is spawning. It's an Infernal. And that will put AoE randoms. That's the whole point, but that's the bait set once again. Pull's trying to get out. He wants his Meganar form. He needs the assist, but he is denied. A double kill to Nem9. A flash forward sets the triple kill to Nem9, and he's not done. Will it be for a quadra kill for M9?
Huge play there. I mean, Pulse going mega with the bailout felt like it could be enough, but AoE randoms just together as a team has no problem cutting down this Wild West Bandits squad. I mean, it looks like the 1-1 or the even series thus far is inevitable as they're picking up both the Dragon and the Baron at the same time.
And this is exactly why when you came into this game too, even despite AoE randoms having such a rough performance in that game one, I knew they weren't out just yet. It was a composition problem, and now that they're actually playing towards those conditions that they drafted to, again, for the bottom lane with Psycho's early game, for the top side with the scaling of Geiger, and Nem9 just showing up to the party, man. It's clicking in this game number 2, and it's looking like we're going to be in the championship rounds quite soon, Reed.
Yeah, it is... It is such a good pivot here, and it shows a lot of the resilience that AoE randoms has. They come in from the upper bracket, they take a tough loss to the sister team, Ginger Turmeric, and now getting sent to the lower bracket against a surging Wild West Bandits that's won 4 series in a row. Taking that first loss, it's so easy to succumb to that momentum, but I mean, honestly, it is poetic how Pockus has essentially pulled this series back into reach simply with just the lock-in of a Blitzcrank.
With just the lock-in of a Blitzcrank, Pockus sets up the bottom lane for success, and now he's looking to set up the rest of his team as he waits out in that bush, and it's oh so deadly. There's no wards there. Step in the wrong spot, and a rocket grab will steal you away. Push coming in the mid lane. Push coming in the bot lane, and a grab coming right from the jungle. Psycho will be the recipient of that, all thanks to Pockus with the instant delivery.
And it was relatively blind. They don't have vision over that wall. Just an assumption, knowing the tendency of the champion, knowing that Good Sir had to have walked at least close to that area, and we get more.
So much burst damage onto Nem9. Bad spot to be, but hostile takeover comes out at the wrong time. He'll be able to flash away. Siege set up by AOE randoms, but this is a short-range comp. Look at the ultimates that are down. You don't have Cry now. You don't have YHL. So you don't have a chance to take the fight if AOE randoms force it in your face. Geiger now holding the line as he will get that transformation. AOE randoms dismantling an inhibitor. And Wild West Bandits, their backs are against the wall.
This is so tough with the inhibitor going down and on the bottom side as well. It creates so much volatility. They're going to have permanent pressure and vision control wherever they want it now. And there is nothing Pawkus wants more than those pockets of vision to pull on Blitzcrank. And, I mean, look, the last two targets, Pocket... yeah, the last two targets... Oh, sorry.
Every single time I see that Blitzcrank hook go off, I freak out a little bit, Reed.
Yeah.
Freak out a little
bit.
Pawkus has me holding my breath every time I see that. I hate to... I would hate to think how the Wild West Bandits feel having to deal with this horror movie that is Pawkus just roaming around in your jungle.
Yeah, we're not even talking about the Void Champion Belvath. Like, the horror is this beat-up old car with some terrible, you know, like junior high type design augments on him with flames on the side.
All right, Hyper, put the cam on Pawkus. You know he's looking. No, he's you missed a rocket grab, Hyper. How dare you?
I assume at this point.
Where's my Pawkus cam?
That one's just for show. Look who he was trying to hook there.
Fishies.
Look, Pawkus was trying to hook Pulse on Gnar as Mega Gnar. Like at this point in the game, Pawkus doesn't care who you are. You're coming into the rest of the team and you are dying at the hands of AOE randoms.
Oh, Pawkus, he's such a threat. He's such a threat. And then you have the split push coming from Geiger in the bottom lane. Bringing all those fishies.
Yeah, the little tadpoles.
Yeah, the swarm of them. With the minion wave landing in, I mean, okay, there's still a realistic chance for Wild West Bandits to take a fight. It's a 10k deficit, though, so you got to play this perfectly. But right now, when you're in these narrow corridors, it can work out. Encore's going to go up. The call throw with the flank comes in and will cyclone the rest of the Wild West Bandits. Psycho hopping side to side, will hop right onto Pulse. Has the backup of N9 right there. And with Geiger dismantling the front line, the back line is the one that's running for the hills, leaving the base in the hands of AOE randoms.
Not bad, though. It's still a 2 for 2 at the end of it all. Good Sir still alive and healthy, able to at least keep the threat of the end game from AOE randoms being all but assured. Pulse even respawning at this point, or re-healing, excuse me. But now, I mean, this is Dragon coming up in 6 seconds. They're not going to be there in time. That is the true prize of the fight.
Ooh. They won't be there on time. Full 5, though. No teleport angle. That's the painful part of this right now for Wild West Bandits. So
Callista.
they just can't get there. You know, the hope was they could take a fight even if they do lose the Drake. But because you've been pushed into your base for so long, you have no map control, no vision. Can't get Pulse a good angle to teleport in.
In the collective attack speed of this Belvath with 12 KP and a Callista also with the same KP, but obviously itemizing a little more heavy in the attack speed is just insane. Like they evaporate objectives together without any help whatsoever, and they smite more than you can thanks to the Callista. So there's not a lot of counterplay if you're not at the dragon before they are. And that feels like the only way the Bandits can make a play is if they're at the objective, they're fighting through a choke, and they have the dream encore hostile takeover into Gnar.
Yeah. It's a tough one for the Enchantresses to land at this stage. So I put it more onto Pulse to find the Mega Gnar ultimate.
Yep.
His timing is going to be the most crucial. It's a damn shame he doesn't have his flash. That will be down, so it makes it a little bit harder to get that kind of split hair engage that he's going to be looking for. It will be telegraphed a little bit. And with flashes available for Psycho and Geiger, you know, that does give a lot of telegraphing. M9 will have his up quite soon on top of that. The Pulse, it's got to be something fast. It's got to be something vicious. Baron is spawning quite soon. That is an area where AoE randoms will funnel towards. So I will be looking for Pulse to make a play around there.
Yeah. Oh, but Pulse gets
Oh.
caught.
Yeah, but Pockets will make a play anywhere. Out comes the Dragon's Rage, kick coming out from Good Sir, but the hostile takeover does a lot of work to delay, but it's only delaying the inevitable, which is absolute destruction that AOE randoms can bring. Not going to lose a single member, oh so close to grabbing Pockets, but you don't even get that. AOE randoms, they're just looking for the end.
That's it, Deserox. This is no hope on the side of Bandits for this game. They're gonna even flash over the pit, no problem. The turrets go down, the Nexus goes down, but the series stays even. We've got a series of best of 5, all evened up at 1-1.
AOE randoms. They clap back and they do it so viciously. Geiger getting that oh-so iconic Bel'Veth that he does love playing, oh-so comfortable with on that top side, and shows why he's phenomenal with it. And of course, I really like what randoms did, giving Kolthro that Wukong, because that provided so much agency for that early game to be initiated by AoE randoms.
Yeah, you thought maybe the Jarvan would be what they get a little more success in those first 15 minutes on, but no, it's that Wukong.
Yeah.
And let's credit how much agency was allowed thanks to the bottom lane. You talked about it, that was going to be the focus, and they didn't even need help. Like, Pockets on Blitzcrank just wins the lane outright. And so then Kolthro and the Wukong can kind of do whatever he likes. It was able to as well. Took a really odd path, surprised the Bandits on their entire top half of the map, because that was whenever he's sitting in the pixel brush, Lee Sin goes in, they engage, and then it's the collapse from Geiger and Kolthro that turned that mid lane fight and just blew open the game.
Man, that Blitzcrank pick on its own kind of just really surprised us, but I'm sure it surprised living daylights out of Wild West Bandits, because the bans they were going for were the pretty stock standard Kalista support bans, right? They took away the Pike right away. That is something that operates, you know, kind of functionally very similar to the Blitzcrank in the fact that you can do a pull, you just become this offensive assassin if you are able to get ahead, but not realizing that, hey, there's something else that can bring that hook. It might not be to play for the chain of assassin picks, but it plays towards Psycho, and that's all that was needed for that bot lane to come online. Great win, a great comeback out of AOE randoms, and it's going to take us to championship rounds. We're going to game number 3. We'll see who's able to bring it back, if it's going to be Wild West Bandits or AOE randoms. We will be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about the pause. We had a bit of a delay. Nim9, who was having some internet issues, we realized in the first couple games, is going to be subbed out at this point, and they're bringing in a replacement. But this is an even series now. AOE randoms coming in after the first game loss and putting a statement win. Keeping the same side. Now we get a switch, though. Few change-ups coming through. It's a best of 3 looking forward now, and it's so up in the air.
You know, I know how the feeling is, man. I just got subbed out as well. I was play-by-play caster, and I'm subbed out to color. So, you know, rough situations to be in. But yeah, it's going to be a shake-up nonetheless.
Yeah.
Getting back into the focus. Randoms, with them being on red side, I like a lot of their picks. With them being on blue side, I'm a little bit more reserved now. I think this still plays very well to the momentum that Wild West Bandits have placed on them, with a lot of early game emphasis that we've seen. And yeah, you know, that will only shape up when we do see the draft actually unfold. You know, what power picks are AOE randoms really reserving for this first B1?
It's really hard to not look at the mid lane now. Nim9 did provide a lot of positive opportunities despite the ping issues that were stated earlier. It was and this is somebody who would be working with a team, you know, for this entire season, now getting subbed out in the middle of a best of 5 series in the lower bracket finals. That could be a lot. And who knows, ONAT, they can come in, they can create the same kind of in-lane impact, but it's the coordination that I think I'm going to be looking at in the mid game.
Yeah, this is a shakeup on 2 levels. We got the sub, and we got the side change for the first time in the series.
Yeah.
As you were saying, excuse me, I'm still a little bit sick, so kind of shaking off a little bit of that. As you were saying, the sub, you know, mid lane is something that is something you build a lot of synergy with your jungle with. Mid-jungle duos are often talked about. Much more than mid-jungle tops in the previous seasons like we had before. Now the hot spot is to be in the mid. So as you were saying, that synergy, you've had so much time with Nem9. It's unfortunate that he's having those internet problems, and hopefully those get resolved and maybe we can see him back later in the series. But it's gonna have to be a very quick adjustment for Colthrow to make sure he's gonna be on the same page with his mid laner.
But we're jumping into draft now. With the change in sides, it was the Seraphine B1 for the Bandits both games last time. I don't know if it falls to the red side this time, if they want to keep it out of the hands of John Johns, who has shown to be very comfortable on the champion, but maybe ONAT ready to flex something similar to that as well.
What I'm looking at the bans. Obviously,
yeah.
Obviously, nothing big there. I'm looking for a big metal robot to be banned away. I want to see if they fear Pacus enough, because it felt like such an enabling of the bot lane. I mean, I think one of the ways you try to disable that is to just get rid of the Callista altogether, because then you don't have to deal with what Callista gets paired with. You just got rid of the source than anything else. Only time will tell with that one, because there are a lot of things that are still very high priority on this patch, like the Karthus that's been banned away time and time again, the Udyr that's been banned away, and of course the assassins that just recently got buffed on this patch, like the Zed, not going to hit the Rift.
Yeah, pretty standard bans thus far. The Ahri is new here. Maybe something they feel is that B1 blindable mid laner on the side of ONAT, and something that they are very comfortable on themselves. But or the Blitzcrank that you're wanting. I think if they end up with Seraphine, yeah, potentially the Blitzcrank is a problem. Maybe they don't even want the Seraphine or anticipate it at all. Oh, yeah, ONAT. Thank you, Hyper. I'm
wondering if AOE randoms want the Seraphine at all. Especially looking into the history in the past, it's not a champion they tend to go for. They've always preferred very aggressive compositions or hyperscalers onto that end. Anywhere from the Callista to the Jhin to the Jinx. You know, it has been pulled out a few times in the past for them to grab that, but I don't think it plays to the wheelhouse. At least their style. They could prove me wrong on that and still pull this out right now. We've still got a little bit left in this draft before finally hit those phases. Man, just like Colthrow plays champions. You know he's already good at Wukong. You know he can style with that.
Yeah, true. And we know the hacker. No, we were joking about it last time. But key on this. The third ban here from the blue side, the Azir, is going to guarantee that we have a brand new mid lane matchup. Whoa!
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Aphelios. Okay.
Okay.
Something new.
Yeah, this is not too much of a shakeup in the grand scheme of what we've been seeing in competitive. People have been just willing to blind Aphelios. This is not too abstract, but what this does open up is Wild West Bandits to still go for that composition that they've been loving in the bot side. That is really good at stonewalling. The Seraphine picked up, still flex it if you don't want to go straight into that alongside with the Renata. What this also does is if Pacus goes for the Blitzcrank, it's not going to be as effective as it was with the Callista. So that's something to keep in mind, but no. Viego for good sir.
Yeah, definitely looking for a different type of composition here. We're not getting the same kind of early game agency, something that can help facilitate some of the skirmishes, but isn't necessarily just going to take over or initiate some of those skirmishes themselves. It's going to be the rest of the team that I'm looking at, and the Renata is still open here, something that has shown to be a very prominent pick on both sides. No matter what draft you're looking at, it seems like every support has picked up Renata, at least in some facet or another, and we've seen how well it pairs with Seraphine. And I know for a fact it pairs incredibly well with Aphelios due to the... Oh, and we get it! The Hecarim we were asking for the whole time!
Dreams do come true, baby! Dreams do come true! Hecarim locked in. Oh, my word. Okay, so things are about to get pretty fast into this game. Hecarim, man. When's the last time Colthrow has pulled this out? It's been a very long time. It's very exciting because you get this potential dive that no other champion can really have, and Hecarim plays with tempo better than any other jungler, really. You know, only junglers that really match that is junglers like Udyr. The engages that you can get onto this backline where you want to stop these enchantresses can't really be stopped if you do the Onslaught of Shadows. So this is a lot of fun. I am concerned about the bottom lane, though, because right now you have Aphelios locked in, but no support shown. You can attack that pull. Already Bandits are going for that banning away the Lulu. But, oh man, it's a gamble, right? Is the Hecarim worth it? I want to say yes. I want to say yes, Reed.
Yeah, it is exactly that. And what's funny, we changed out the mid laners, but we don't change the champion. This is another Silas here for AOE randoms to pull out. And something, evidently they're just confident to blind pick into anything, even banning the Azir to make sure that, you know, maybe this is a new fresh matchup. They're getting a little bit bored. They want a little randomization of what is happening on the other side of the comp, and it's met with a Yone. There's the Blitz ban, by the way. The Yone, though, it's a melee versus melee matchup. So much volatility with two junglers that do... Honestly, I agree that about the tempo with Hecarim. I think Viego also loves to use that tempo, too.
Oh, man. Why'd you have to mention the Blitz ban? Why'd you draw my eyes over there? I didn't want to see that.
I know.
I don't know if that was a worthy ban, because if you still get that, typically what you want more paired with Aphelios is some sort of peel.
Yeah.
Blitzcrank is just the hard, I'm going to go, we're fighting, that's it. No one does it better than, I don't know, maybe second to Leona of all other champions. Ooh. But this is really defensive now coming out from Wild West Bandits. This, I mean, if it was hard to dive a Seraphine Renata lane, it gets that much harder if it is going to be Senna paired along with the Seraphine. But...
Oh, okay. I was just thinking about this with the Senna and the Seraphine. What's going to stop any sort of like hard engage here on the side of AoE randoms? And we get a Zac top as that hard engage. Has no problem into the tanks. And a Pike as well. What are we looking at? Deserex explains something at least. I need a foothold.
I got nothing, boy! It's AoE randoms, and they started pressing the random button only on things that are locked within the meta. I guess, I don't know, they just pressed random, they kept pressing the random button, man. Oh, okay, this is so spicy. This is so incredibly spicy. It's going to be the Zac over in the top side. Hecarim with it. Zac has a lot of creative angles. Geiger challenging that with the, Mordekaiser matchup in the top side as well. Reed, what do we got going on here? This is gonna be a banger. This is gonna be a banger.
Okay.
Okay, I think he's good.
Something I see that you're lighting up. I can't hear you right now. I don't know what's going on with my audio, but I need you to carry this. I am honestly, these picks might have just exploded my input or my output, excuse me. So I'm gonna fix that real quick. You try to make some sense out of it for me.
All right. So the sense here is things are about to be buck wild. This is last series you have to play if you want to get into the finals. And you have a lot of big picks coming out that are very, very specialty picks, especially when we look over into the jungle, and we look into the top side for AOE randoms. Now, what I'm looking at, as we look at poor Reedon, right? Dude, the poor dude is trying so hard. What I'm looking at is some of the nastiest engage you can possibly see coming out from this composition. Some nasty pick on top of that. If Geiger can get freed up from that lane, I mean, the amount of angles you can take from both the Hecarim and the Zac, good luck having to get away from that one. The thing is, what I start to look at is like the early stages of laning, right? Because you're not going to get Owl. You're not going to really break down a Seraphine and Senna lane. That lane can deal with dives for days, and if you are bringing that Hecarim and Zac over for the 4-man dive in the bot lane, you better be ready to bring guns ablaze in. Good sir will have a lot of agency in these early stages. Viego's absolutely fantastic with that. And playing into the later stages, teamfight potential is there for Wild West Bandits. So this actually, looking at this composition, taking it as a whole, this is Wild West Bandits, right? This is pretty much standard to what they play. You have that defensive counter engage that can tear apart a team if they engage poorly. Yeah, and the Mordekaiser is what I was not hoping for. I couldn't even think of it, honestly. But if they do try to dive on this Seraphine Senna, then the Mordekaiser is at least able to take one of the priority targets away and make it much more manageable on the defensive end there from the Bandits to weather that storm and then push through. Like, if Viego gets a reset, then it feels very, very good. The reset potential on this team is so high. There's so many gap closers. Obviously, the Aphelios feels like maybe the last champion to go down in a lot of these team fights. But if Viego picks up a Silas, abscond, abduct, immediately back into the fight. If he picks up a Pike, we've got more dashes to come through. If he picks up a Hecarim, clop, clop, baby. We're going in. And it's so easy for Viego to then transition a kill into other ones that Bandits feels like if they just stop the first engage, they can win the fight. Thing is, I see Silas, man. I see Silas. And when I look at Silas, I look at the ultimates he can take away. Mordekaiser's there. What if Cry Now, not Cry Now, what if Good Sir hops into the fight looking for those resets and gets sent to the Shadow Realm? Wait. Okay, I just realized I've never interacted with that. Let's say Mordekaiser gets Silas ulted, or no, Silas takes Mordekaiser ultimate. Mordekaiser, and this is a big team fight. Mordekaiser ults, let's say, you know, Geiger, but then Onat ults Good Sir. Do we have a 2v2 in the Death Realm? Or are there two separate? I'm pretty sure it's the same instances. Or no, not? I think it's one instance because wards exist in that Death Realm, right? I don't know. Has anybody blind picked Mordekaiser versus Mordekaiser in a recent game? I don't know. Yeah, it's the same Shadow Realm. Yeah, so there could be a Venn diagram of Shadow Realms overlapping each other where they can still fight and interact. Wow. I cannot wait. Let's do it. Please. I need it. Oh, God. Yeah. Can we just... How do we get a camera inside of the Shadow Realm? Is there any way to do that, producer, please? No, we need a fight bell ring on like a tag team WWE match in the collective Shadow Realm. That'd be so sick. Okay, all right. On it. Oh no. Shadow Realm cam coming soon. Oh man, what's funny? Okay, the audio issue. I literally just turned off my headset with my shoulders when I raised my hands in excitement on the picks. What a draft phase! I'm blown away by that read. I'm a special guy with some special problems. Okay, Hook comes through the pockets. It's a different champion, but the results are so similar. Another early hook and 80% of YHL's health on you know what, like 2 minutes of gameplay. I mean, even though you typically want some form of peel for Aphelios, it's not that he doesn't work well if you are going to go something aggressive. You know, you can get that root in, chain it through. Chain of CC is absolutely nasty. You're able to get it. Everyone knows the infamous red and white don't fight on top of that.
Yeah, but I mean, if Aphelios, like Zach can peel better than most any champion in the game, and if Bandits try to overreach and they feel confident in the fight and they try to initiate something, then the disengage is still there. And if Psycho does have red gun, like Psycho is much tankier than he appears, so it's definitely possible to survive.
Oh man, these hooks from Pockets are just so clean. And
yeah,
YHL.
It's a flash this time. I mean, now look, and who's on the bottom side? Colthrow. I mean, they both are Goodsir and Colthrow, but I mean, these are junglers now with an opportunity, perhaps, to look somewhere where generally they would have looked to just full clear instead.
In this top lane, just brawling it out. What a weird world we live in. We're looking at a competitive semifinals, basically, and it's Zach and Mordekaiser, the top lane, that are going at it. Kind of wild to me, especially with this semi-wet noodle fight that we kind of got going with this matchup, where they're just kind of chipping away very slowly at each other's health bars, but not really getting anywhere.
Yeah, I think Zach Talk might be new for quite a few people. It's been around in solo queue in Korea for a little bit, but no, we get a little bit of an engage. Phantom Undertow is going to lock down the flash, and the hook is going to lock it in too. Psycho picks up 1 kill and gets us Aphelios some early gold in the bottom lane.
That's what we're talking about. The root of the Aphelios gun with those engages that Pacus was going for. Absolutely fantastic. Brilliant. It works so well together. Gets that lockdown, gets a kill onto the Aphelios, and early kills onto the Aphelios are absolutely massive. Aphelios scales into the late game like no other. It sets up a great win condition very early on for AOE randoms, and they're looking to continue as they set up for a top lane dive.
Colthrow getting some early action. Geiger picks up the kill. He still has the Zac passive, and he doesn't even need it. Pulse is going to drop an entire wave, and this Zac actually can lane bully this Mordekaiser early if they get ahead, and it's a good start.
A great start coming out. Success in the bottom lane. All off of Pacus. How efficient he is at these incredibly aggressive supports. Then Colthrow, he plays towards Geiger once again, and he knows that Geiger will reap some great rewards based off of how aggressive they were, off of how much trading they did. A simple dive, and Goodsir so late to show up to that fight. AOE randoms, this is a great start for them. This is a fantastic start for them, especially with this Hecarim. It felt like a little bit of a gamble to take it, but it's paying off.
An opportunity, though. Perhaps an opportunity here. It's top lane now with the advantage, and the reset of the jungle pathing coming through. Goodsir a little bit at an advantage here, already at the Wolves, whereas Colthrow, due to the time it took to make that gank happen, a little bit late. There is a window potentially where we see Goodsir come through, but I think that's a ward in the bottom lane that's going to spot him out. Yes, it does. The pings come through. This is no opportunity. AOE randoms covering every avenue.
They have to. They absolutely have to. They're doing it quite well as Goodsir is coming up empty-handed time and time again, which is not the end of the world for a Viego, right? Viego still, it's one of the most disgusting champions when you take him into a team fight and get those resets you were talking about early. Needs to be afforded some level of economy, some level of resources for that. But the thing is, he doesn't need to snowball like other champions. He can power farm to get into there. But look at this in the top side. Geiger's just going straight up with the Let's Bounce.
It's so good, but it's the response here. The Realm of Death is going to lock him in. The Cell Division is there. He's got to be able to land this Q on all 4 in order to kill. And he does. Okay, it's beautifully timed. Mordekaiser so good at taking those, like Cell Division, something like Jack and just, or Zac, and throwing it into the ground.
I gotta look back on this real quick. Oh god, we don't even got time for that because already they're pushing in for a lot of aggression into the bottom lane. But what I believe I saw there was the poor. Oh wait, why HL? Are they fighting or not? I want to know if this dive's going off.
I have no idea. I mean, we saw the last embrace miss, and I was like, surely this is where they back off. And Psycho's like, yeah, sure, we could go in there. It takes a tower shot for free. Oh, okay. I think we're good, though.
Oh, I'm looking back on it now. Oh, that was so smart of Pulse. So this is what happened. As the Let's Bounce went off, Pulse let the Bloblets form up as many as possible before he popped Death Realm. So
Yeah.
Geiger couldn't cash in on those to return his health. That was so good.
Yeah. Yep, no Bloblets in the Death Realm yet. You got to plant those yourself and then harvest the seed that you sowed. And fortunately, for the side of Bandits, they get an advantage somewhere. What? We're good. Okay. Looking into this this early rotation, though, the Herald is going to be foregone. If we're looking at it, the Bandits kind of giving up that priority. Geiger going into the mid lane even to give Onet that priority on the mid lane to rotate towards that top side, potentially. It depends on Kolthro's pathing, though.
Yeah. And where he's pathing right now is going to be towards that bottom side, but gotta hold that dot. Ooh, Psycho.
Picking up the kill as well. It's Pacus with more. Another one. This time Pacus picking up the kill, but it's Good Sir trading one back. I mean, for this bottom lane, the 2v2 is so
Spike.
good on the side, but Good
Spike.
Sir, I told you, this is Viego picking up so many useful bodies in these fights with so much mobility, which he loves, and he gets 2 on the return.
Could you ask for a better champion to finish off that kill?
Yeah.
And, oh, the kills are not done, Reed and Right. Look at this. We're back to the top lane. Kolthro with the revisit.
Yeah, it's Geiger, though, who's taking all of the damage. Mordekaiser, you're not even in the death realm yet, and you die to it. Kolthro has to try to make any situation of a bad one, and they don't even get to wave it. He's going to be able to push it out. They get Herald as well. I mean, it's so bad. Or, sorry, no, this is Randoms picking up Herald. But, I mean, Pulse just taking over the top.
Man, Pulse. Mordekaiser. All right. I see you, man. I see you, Pulse. Very much see you, except when you're in the Death Realm, then I don't get to see you, but I also don't see your opponent anymore because they are dead. Pulse is looking great on this Mordekaiser. That's the thing about these players who play these very oddball picks. We kind of see it in Academy a lot with Concept, who has these weird off-meta champions, off-pick tanks that he loves. You kind of see it in Amateur, Tier 1 of Amateur a lot with, like, Alorum, who also plays a very similar champion pool.
Yep.
And now we got Pulse here with the Mordekaiser. When you don't see these champions often, they take you for a ride.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, it's Belveth in the last game that did extremely well in the hands of Geiger. But, I mean, Geiger bringing out a Zac as well. This is potentially a matchup that Pulse and Geiger just not too familiar with on both sides. Oh, but the engage Onet comes in and is able to take down. No, Cry Now is going to come back to it.
No.
They're waiting, though, at the body. The tower is going to take them down, too. Kolthro does pick up the kill, but it's the re-engage here from Good Sir. He picks up another one. The slingshot coming through now, but it's Pacus on the back end. The flash of the Undertow does not root up Good Sir, and we disengage the fight.
Wow.
So much happening here, Deserux.
That was quite the team fight over there in the mid lane off of that. I mean, Onat, I appreciate how quick his hands are. He's got very, very fast hands to take that ultimate and use it right onto Cry Now. But Cry Now, I don't know how he survived that for so long. He stayed alive, and it brought a really good fight back for Wild West Bandits.
Yeah, such a crazy bait. The Soul Unbound from Yone acting like...
I think my co-caster got a little bit too excited again. Yep, you did.
There we go. Here I am at Deserux, I promise. Okay. I was mentioning the Soul Unbound acting almost like a Zhonya's, where the entire team just waits for them to come out of Zhonya's to pounce on them, but you're doing that under a turret, and you're taking so much damage, and that allowed Good Sir to clean up the fight. I mean, yes, you're going to die as Cry Now, but it's so worth it.
Okay, you're going to take that button, and you're just going to put, like, I don't know, cardboard over it. You're just going to cover it up. You're going to duct tape it. I want you to be excited, Reed. I want you to be excited, but I want you to have a headset, too.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Oh, Oh, but talking about needing any. Oh, the pull! It is such a beautifully timed stretching strike that pulls Cry now out of the Fate Sealed and keeps him into the mid lane. They do pick up the kill, and Good Sir has no way to pick up a body this time. It might be yours going down. Another stretching strike takes it in its own up, picking up the kill.
Geiger is really good with these off picks because he knows the nuances of them, man. A lot of these stretching strikes, he begins fights with them, but gotta hold that thought, fight in the bot.
Oh, the thought is already passed. Pacus goes down to an encore unseen.
And not just be done yet.
Oh, potentially. Psycho now going forward. YHL looking to be... Wait, no, we go back to the mid lane. It's Shelly that's getting the praise. Who needs it? Oden survives with the Kingslayer just barely as Shelly takes down the tower. And Cry now looking to trade back on Coldthrow. Coldthrow lands the onslaught of shadows. And he goes down in its top lane. Again, I'm getting whiplash going from every lane.
What in the world just happened? Every time I lock on to one play and start to dissect it, we hop somewhere else and we hop somewhere else. This is a chaotic fight, Reed. 16 kills, 13 minutes, and Pacus is looking for more.
John Johns with the moves again. I mean, he's played Seraphine 3 times. He's got a pretty good understanding. Looking at a Blitzcrank pull and now the Pike pull, finally, we get a good dodge. Just took a little bit of time. And yeah, these fights are absolutely insane just everywhere. It feels like we've kind of let loose here in the mid game into game 3. And it's honestly, Desterux, I'm here for the ride, and so is Good Sir. The flash forward, gonna connect the the slingshot is too late though. Stretching strikes is gonna bring him in, but this is not enough. That is Fate Sealed, but is it yours or theirs? It is yours, and you're dead. Wild West Bandits take a bit too much off the plate, and Geiger survives again. Psycho though gets pulled in. Death's Grasp is yours. Pulse is taking over the game. A flash forward, confidently taking a kill.
Oh my god. Pulse, the king of heavy metal, holding the heaviest of metals and dunking it onto the head of Psycho. My word, this guy's an absolute beast on Mordekaiser. Now Wild West Bandits, they are in this fight. The kills are exactly where they need them. Cry now is the only one falling behind, but that is okay. You have double enchanters in the bot lane and a jungle Viego who is getting resets. This entire team clicking.
It's so good. I mean, Viego, everybody likes to talk about, oh, I feed enemy champions, you know, a ton of gold so that I'm stronger as them as Viego. No, this is not Good Sir's mentality. He understands that your body is a movement vessel and I am my damage. And he is going to do exactly that. He looks to accelerate super high into this mid game. 2 dragons already on the side of West Bandits. It started so well in the early game for Psycho and Pacus, but it's the mid game top jungle that's been so big.
Oh my word, Geiger. I don't know if you want to. I don't know if you want to stand up to him anymore.
Yeah, this is not a fight that they won. It's just a disengage. He's like, I've got the tower here. I'm fine, right? No, nowhere is safe.
It's only a null magic picked up so far by Geiger, who itemized armor. Yeah, rightfully so. Rightfully so. I don't think it's the worst thing to go for, but this is a lot of magic damage that Pulse is bringing.
Yeah, it is tough, and it's Pacus getting rooted. Psycho is too far to engage, and there is no sentiment for you. Psycho, not going to get hooked. Good Sir trying to channel his inner Pacus.
I like it. I like it. John's... I don't know if he can get to Seraphine much longer. I mean, they thwarted it once by just playing towards that bottom side.
Yeah.
And, of course, having Pacus on that Blitzcrank. But now that you're not threatening it as much, you see how good John's is with this. Even in that game 2 where they were losing, excuse me, you know, bringing out some of my older years in high school, they still looked great with a lot of those encores that were for the counter engage. And still John's is looking for plays.
Yeah, it's the beat drop, but it misses the flash. I mean, it's such a hyphy feel, it feels like, from these bandits. They're kind of going in on anything that looks decent. They just dropped Shelly, so if the pick happens, it's even greater, but nothing to translate in with 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, a little less on Dragon. You still have some time as the Seraphine to get a little more gold and be a little more relevant, even without that flash.
And that Dragon fight could be crucial. Dragon stacking win condition now allowed to Wild West Bandits if they do grab that next Drake. And it is an Ocean Drake, so that means AoE randoms would have to hard commit to a lot of these fights to take them down. They can't just go for the poke like Geiger's been kind of doing over with a lot of these skirmishes in the side lanes. For Wild West Bandits, though, they're going to be looking to set up quite early into this one. Already holding control of that side of the map. You still need it in the lane states. You have a lot of pressure from Pulse in the top lane, so this is going to work for them well. They just have to fight out AoE randoms.
Yeah, and for the Bandits, it's YHL picking up the early heal cut, which I think is incredibly important. Obviously, Zach is going to be a big proponent of that, but Silas, Aphelios, and Hecarim are all going to bring quite a bit of those elements into play. And the Senna can spread that relatively well, thanks to the AoE portion of that Piercing Darkness. But man, for this AoE random squad, they need to find their item spikes. There are 2 items now on Kolthro, who is absolutely their biggest threat, but it's the rest of the team I'm worried about, and they're fighting here without him. It's going to be a slow turn. They do get the turret. The TP comes through, though. It's a Ona on the backside, and I'm looking at him for the fight, but Cry Now brings it to him. Kolthro now gets into it as well, as Cry Now barely dodges the bike ultimate, and Ona is in a fight for his life and wins. Good Sir goes down first, and that's not what you want if you're a Bandit fan. That's your only way into these fights, and you've lost. Cry Now running for the hills as YHL does anything to make it a bad situation better, I guess, but Pulse never in the fight.
Wow. Absolute devastation for Wild West Bandits right there, and I place it all on Geiger. Geiger stalled out for so long under that tower. I'm going to be honest, I thought he was dead to rights because that tower had no HP. All YHL needed to do was gun it down, and then you can get Geiger. But no, Geiger stalls out. Geiger's able to heal up with the Bloblets, and then the rest of AoE randoms, including Onat, who put up a clinic in that choke point, getting so much splash damage, it returns fire. And as you said, Reed, fighting without Pulse, not having him there, it was devastation.
Another slingshot here. Soul Unbound's going to keep him safe, at least for the moment, but you are caught without your teammates.
Oh,
until now we've got Pulse, though. Here's the engage. Good Sir goes in, and the first one goes down. It's Aphelios of anybody's champions. Good Sir now popping the damage from the back line. It's Cry Now getting the engage. Another one on the back of it. The slingshot to the bottom. Kolthro is not able to get out of it, and Pakas is the only one left alive. They're looking at Baron. They say the dragon is for birds. The Baron is for the winners here. The Birds and Bandits. How did I miss it? No, Desrox, please.
I appreciate the effort. I appreciate the effort. I just want to say, you made a WWE reference earlier. Imagine you're in the mid lane. That's the ring. Suddenly, here comes Pulse walking to your team and claiming names, kicking butt cheeks left and right. This dude is a madman. I also want to give credit to Cry Now. Defending right now. Geiger's going to go for a steal. Can he get it?
Slingshot's in. He's got to hope that it gets it. It's actually John Johns that picks it up, though. Moore's coming through. The encore barely lands, and it's Pulse picking up the kill. I loved your reference there. The entrance, the grand entrance without Rakan has already been made, but it's Pulse owning the ring.
Yeah. Cry Now. I was going to give him some credit in the back end of that he's really good at holding on to his ultimate for the cleanup. Because he has faith that Pulse is going to style on this. I mean, 5-1-5, he's making bank right now, and Wild West Bandits are going to expend that by taking down the mid lane inhibitor tower.
And this is Cry Now, who on this Yone was 0-4-2 earlier, potentially now with 5 deaths, but hasn't died up to this point. Needs one more Q to get over. He does. Nice. Good Sir now locked under turret, but it's just Pakas here, and that's not what you want. Pakas goes down first. The possession is made, and the Undertow gets him out to safety. They save Private Good Sir on the way out. We're going from movies to wrestling. I mean, they're kind of
all over with the references,
but we don't talk about that. We're winners on the Bandits end here for every fight we've seen in the last 3 minutes.
Oh man, good sir. Good sir was so close to going down underneath that tower, but the play was simple for him. Play was very simple. Take down Paucus, because the moment you take down Paucus, you steal his form, you drop the turret aggro, and you get the mobility of the Pike alongside it. That was the catalyst to that fight. Everything else was just Wild West Bandits team fighting so well. John Johns, these encores landing flush on the money.
Yeah, it is a beautiful sight to see, and the late fate sealed on the encore, which is followed, like, essentially it's initiated by Good Sir, it feels like, every fight, and everything is follow-up, is so good, because it's so much more potent when you get to pick and choose the right moments versus just the first one.
I mean, Good Sir, his ability to stay alive in that back end of the fight was still so amazing to me. Give him all the credit in the world, and he's still showing up.
Colthrow flanks and does dodge the encore, but it's the front side, the Geiger side, the strong side that's winning on the front end. Pulse is on the back, though. We're in it. Psycho does trade under turret. So far, it's a 3 for 2, and Good Sir once more now that he's picked up Geiger's body. Onit's able to stay alive thanks to the Zanyas, and John Johns picks up, or sorry, no, it's Onit. Yes, right now, excuse me, picks it up, and Paucus goes down as well. I mean, there's no escape. John John's on your backside. Cry Now and Good Sir on your front. There's no way you're getting out. And this turret and inhibitor are following as well. 2 coming down shortly.
Geiger tries to hold the line, but the line falls. Pulse and Good Sir run right through it, and the teamfight potential that we keep seeing out of the Wild West Bandits is on full display in the back end of that fight. Stealing away that Zac form only made the engages that much more devastating. Good Sir knows exactly what champion form he needs to be to continue these fights. It's showing so well, as we now have an 8k gold lead, and Wild West Bandits are so close to closing out this game and getting it at match point.
So much gold influx on that play, and now with a minute left and inhibitors down, they're going to have all the prio that they need for this Dragon Soul. A Dragon Soul that is an Ocean Soul that will help Good Sir stay alive for a long amount of time thanks to the ice or the Frostfire Gauntlet that he's now completed, and Pulse that has been so tanky and so devastating on the front end. There just isn't enough burst here on the side of randoms to cut through what this soul is going to give them.
Now setting up for that dragon will be Wild West Bandits. They're taking an interesting path here, but look at AoE randoms. Flank points all over, and they know exactly where Wild West Bandits is. This could be their window in. Problem is, you can't get caught out here. Trigger has to be pulled by the randoms.
Yeah, this is diving onto potentially a Senna, a Yone, and a Mordekaiser. It's not easy. You have to find the perfect opportunity, and this is it. John John's caught out. He had no idea, and the pick is made. It's Onit picking up the first kill, but the re-engage is true. Currently, Onit has it, and ding, ding, ding! We've got 2 Mordekaiser ultimates in the same space, in the same game. I have no idea what I'm casting anymore. Colthrow now gets in as we've exited the ring and we've entered the battlefield. Runeterra is the benefactor, and we are watching greatness. It's Bandits coming out on top in a close fight and potentially the game.
It was so close for the randoms. It was so close for them to fight that. If you looked on the back line, Colthrow wasn't able to get to the fight in time. He wasn't there to protect Psycho. It was an engage. It was a good one. I loved it. They picked up John Johns before he could use the encore, but it wasn't enough because Colthrow needed to be there. And it was unfortunate for the randoms, but full advantage taken by the Wild West Bandits.
It is so crazy, these fights. Even without John Johns, they turn it around. We got at the very end our double Mordekaiser ultimate that we were looking for so desperately. And I honestly, I couldn't even tell who was in with them. It was so crazy. It's just health bars steadily dropping everywhere, all over the place. But Bandits bouncing back. Alliteration aside, this is a great statement here for the Wild West Bandits coming in. We're continuing that momentum. You took a little bit of a slide. AoE randoms kind of hitting a comfort zone with the early game drafting that they hit in game 2. Looking for a little bit of that again, but Yeah, I mean, even despite the early kill on Aphelios, they can't convert.
Yeah, even with that early kill, they were able to get over. Even with a lot of that early game going over, because he still had Geiger over there in the top side, it wasn't enough. And a lot of that was thanks to Pulse. Once Pulse was into a team fight, he would just press that Death Realm, and there was not a single soul that could really contest with him. You know, it hurt for Geiger because he had to itemize towards armor first. You know, I completely understand that one. He was able to get the Spirit Visage way later, but that meant he had a harder time dealing with this Mordekaiser pick. And, you know, it wasn't just the Mordekaiser pick. You know, credit where credit is due. Good sir. Fantastic with the Viego. He wasn't the biggest enabler of these fights. He was a great follow-up of these fights to make sure they got cleaned up.
It coming in as the second pick as well. It's something that they were ready to build around instantly. The first opportunity to pick up this Viego, they did. And that's a new fold that we haven't seen thus far. And something that if they're confident enough to pull that out going forward, I mean, the pools are as thin as they're being stretched in the jungle area in these bans. Potentially that's the edge that the Bandits need. But a lot of questions. The answers, though, they're coming a bit later. We're going to game 4, potentially match point rounds here for Bandits on the back end of this break, as we will be right back in just a moment.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Unified Premier League. Our matchup, Wild West Bandits versus AOE Randoms and the Bandits. This lower bracket run, Reed.
Yeah.
This lower bracket run, they're just one more win away, and they make it to finals.
Crazy. Yeah, and they're feeling it. You have to imagine they're feeling it. They're loving this moment. This is exactly what they've been looking for this entire time. You take the early L, you go 4 series in a row back-to-back, and about to make it 5. If they can seal off one of the next 2 games.
Reed, that was scary. I just saw that door behind you, like, kind of very spookily just open up.
Here. All right, speaking of spookily, it was Spooks the cat's fault.
You have a cat named Spooks?
Actually.
Oh.
Oh, she's so nervous on camera, Desirux.
You know what?
You're making her shy.
We're gonna take this as a little small intermission. Caesar, we're taking this as a small little intermission moment to introduce our pets. This is Caesar.
Yo, Caesar, what's up?
Caesar. Okay. And you know what? We hope if there was any tilt with the teams in that last match that, it's a little pet therapy has brought that back down and gotten you ready for game number 4 as draft is now underway.
Yeah, fortunately, this town was big enough for the 4 of us, including our cats. We'll just see how big it is for the rest of these teams. AOE randoms, hoping there's at least room for a game 5.
See if we can make it there.
Yeah.
Now, it is going to be AOE randoms back onto the red side, and we kind of know them to be a better counter pick team than anything else, at least with their champion choices. So I think this does bode well for them. I think they do have a chance, if they can draft this well, to take us to a game 5. But we'll see what they're able to bring, as so far, Band's going to be relatively the same.
Yeah, Pulse isn't going to be able to get that Mordekaiser counter pick in the top lane. They saw the Zac, they knew it was a top lane pick, and obviously picking a Mordekaiser there is going to do fairly well, even despite the Zac picking up the early lead. Here, though, you've got the opportunity for Geiger or Onit to pick up the counter versus, whoever they deem relatable. But it's a, like I said, it's a replacement mid laner here. Last game, honestly, no fault of theirs. Cry Now was 0-4-2 in the early game. Onit doing incredibly well, and even in some of the later fights, doing incredibly well on that Silas, but just doesn't have the same, the Akali that we were looking at, the Zed that we were looking at before, and forcing those bans to come through. It's Zed and Azir now.
So the mid lane pool will be attacked once again. I think, again, rightfully so. It's Onat. Onat's the newer one. You do have to afford him some level of leniency over into this mid lane, some level of comfort, so he can do okay over here. Same bans going through towards Kolthro. The Karthus and Udyr special not going to be allowed through alongside the Ahri. So now looking at the pool of what we do have left, things that come to mind. Silas is one of them. Blitzcrank. I don't expect it to be a first pickable thing, but it is something that can be grabbed later into the draft. You do have our final ban.
It's got to be another Seraphine, right?
It's another Seraphine, right.
Yeah. They've won 2 games on it. The game that they lost, honestly, just getting destroyed by Pacus on the Blitzcrank. Maybe they look to switch it up. You've been quick drawn with the same revolver. Now we go to the left side, and it's Poppy.
Okay.
It's Poppy. Okay,
Poppy.
Yeah. Beautiful. And Geiger can't pick Zac into that, guaranteed.
Yeah, and not just that. Poppy is a flex. So it's still a pretty good B1. You can flex it in the jungle, in the top lane, and in some oddball cases, you can take it into the support role. So
you can.
It's not revealing too much. I'm curious to see if YHL has played too much of the support Poppy. I think you would more be expecting to these for this to be revolving around the top and jungle roles.
And Poppy also disallowing Callista to be a thing anymore.
True.
So Aphelios has to get locked in, it feels like, on the side of AoE randoms. And now Kolthro, a little flex Olaf. Olaf got a lot of hype in the top lane, back in the jungle now, thanks to these jungle pulls. And Olaf does extremely well into Poppy.
Yeah, Olaf, once you start raging, once you start running in, It is hard to stop him, and of course, he has no hard dash, so Steadfast Presence isn't really going to interrupt too much right there. Oh,
Wait,
that
it's
hover.
Neela.
That hover. That hover. I'm going to hold my
Pre-game-
breath this time, because teams have played this in a competitive stage. It's just they're not willing to play it on this competitive stage. Sivir.
Sivir's very safe. Did receive a nerf on this patch. Let me remind you, this is 12:15. If you look at the top of the screen, Sivir does not have the same AD growth that she had before. She's not going to hit the same late game power that she had before. But when your comp is kind of looking like an Olaf run at you, potentially comp, a Sivir is going to feel pretty good into that. And there's the Akali!
Ooh. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
okay. Heavy hands for AoE randoms. Being on this Akali, I like it, I like it. You know, the Aphelios, pretty fine to go for the blind once again. Paired alongside with the Olaf. It's another champion that plays to its core throw style. And cannot be as interrupted by stuff like the gravity field that you already have drafted, picked up by the Victor. But the biggest thing is going to be that Akali. This Akali is absolutely fantastic if you can get it fed, if you can get the snowball rolling. Once she's able to get that first item, that second item, that is when she becomes devastating for your backline. Now, you still have good answers. Still have the Sivir, which can spell shield a lot of the onslaught that comes through. But Cry now, you're going to be worried, brother. You're going to be staying very, very close to that Poppy.
Yeah, and that's a great ban, I think, the Alawi ban coming in, given that your mid laner is now melee, your jungle / top is now melee, and if I'm looking at a Poppy and my only dash is the Akali with perfect execution or the Shuriken flip, that is an own it that has to play perfectly in order to be effective on Akali, unless you've got somebody to tank that grounding effect of the Steadfast Presence first.
Man, I feel like we've just accepted that Pakos is a killer. Pakos is a stone code killer. His pike is not going through. Yuumi gets bound away. Smart move. You don't want the combo of the Yuumi Sivir to be online. Too much movement speed, too much utility afforded on top of that. Pike ban away. I'm waiting for the next ban to come through. They haven't gone for double support bans into the second phase, I believe. It's always been... actually, it was last game. They banned away the Blitzcrank and the Lulu.
Oh, yeah, true.
But we're still going to get double support
here.
bans. So,
but it's Sivir though. Yeah, hook champions against Sivir, not a big problem. You feel pretty confident there. Either it misses and you've dodged it, or if it's gonna land, then you use that spell shield. But the Lulu is gonna offer potentially more, and this is the run at you comp. And what better to do that than a Karma enabling it?
I'm so disappointed that randoms didn't draft the Sivir themselves.
Yeah,
it would be the fastest comp on the planet, on the Rift. But yeah, this is, as you said, a run at you comp. You put the mantra onto your shield, and it goes to everyone, so everyone gets that move speed. Ragnarok popped, Akali Shuriken flip. Good luck to your backline.
Yeah, I kind of like the burst that's coming through though. The Victor and the Sivir can do quite a bit early on, and as Hyper hits us with the gotta go fast, right before the DMCA kicks in. But if this Poppy can land, a huge Keeper's Verdict, then potentially they isolate Colthrow away from the rest of their team. And if it's 5v1, sure, it's a berserking Olaf with a Karma shield on its back, but you're not going to do anything against Victor, Sivir, Aatrox. Like, the kiting is still there, and they do a lot of damage.
Ooh.
What?
Ooh, you said run at you.
Where is this?
You said run at you. They are running at you. AOE randoms. Geiger is pulling out the Shyvana. This is a very, very deadly top side of the map. Both the Shyvana, the Olaf, the Akali. There are so many threats you have to worry about. AOE randoms should have a good amount of control around some of these neutral objectives that they want to take fights around there. That's what I'm going to be watching out for. It's going to be how Wild West Bandits play around that, because my word, so many flank angles you have to worry about now that you've seen this entire composition together.
Yeah, but I mean, how does Onit get into these fights? If Good Sir plays patiently and just sits on the big carries, Onit kind of can't do anything, because The only way Steadfast Presence goes down is if it hits Geiger as the transformation comes through. I mean, it's other than that, everybody is literally running out. Unless Aphelios literally gale forces in melee range of Poppy. Please don't Psycho. But yeah, it just feels difficult for Onett to have the late game fight presence that you would expect from an Akali looking at a squishy team.
I do agree with you on that one for sure. I look over the side of the Sivir, John's spell shield. Another layer already being added. One of the heroes of the game's past has been Pulse, and he's on that Aatrox, right? If this composition is diving deep for randoms, that's another thing I'm going to be looking for. How well did Pulse do in the early stages? Because that will heavily affect how well he does in the fights around choke points. If he can hold a choke point, man, he can devastate this composition that randoms are running into. It ends up becoming a meat grinder composition in the grand scheme of things. If he doesn't have a lead, I think it bodes incredibly well for Area of Effect. They just pop Pulse real quick. That means they are doing well at the stage of the game they're in.
Yeah, the Rakan is interesting, though. I'm curious, maybe it offers a lot in the laning phase, but I feel like if Rakan is looking for a big like quickness into the team via the grand entrance or something like that, then honestly, the rest of the team doesn't have as much follow-up as you would hope, and you still have an Olaf that's going to be able to run through that and a Shyvana that can poke through. So I think maybe it might be just peel out of this Rakan rather than engage.
I could see that for sure. The peel, since there is forward engage, the peel will be great at still like kind of maintaining that choke point. Kind of working around a lot of the utility that's already afforded to them. This Victor with this Aatrox. Oh!
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, had full confidence. Good sir, no problem. Had the TI-89 out. Knew that the movement speed with the recall timer, carry the one. Yeah, I'm good.
Divide by 2.
Wait, whoa. Hold on. Wait. 2? Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Good call.
Make sure you, Dang it. My math degree's failing me right now. I couldn't remember the name of the function.
Whoa, easy flex there. Whoa, you gotta leave enough room in here for me.
No. I'm dropping this down right now. I'm gonna get 2. I'm just looking at simple numbers now. I see 2 wins on Wild West. Ooh, match point. To see 1 win on AOE randoms. Ouch, behind. Need victory now.
Quick maps. Okay. Well, early game, it's 2 junglers starting on the same side of the map. The Olaf obviously better in those skirmishes with the scrappiness, but if the Poppy, the target selection is crucial whenever you have a Poppy, because Poppy has quite a bit of burst in the kit, just not as much sustained damage. So looking into the bottom side, it might be a potential pick onto the Karma, I could see.
See, with that pathing, very realistic that they go for that. There's not much Pockets can really do if he does get ganked on. Yeah. Psycho has opted to take Ghost on top of that, so
I love that.
It will afford him another level of disengage as well as chase.
Yeah, I'm
just watching the pathing at the moment. I'm gonna wait for that because I don't expect too much action to be had in the early stages of this. You don't have as much aggression that Pockets had like he did in the previous games with all those Hooks champions. It is a different kind of playstyle for him going on to the Karma.
Yeah, and this is the fold, though. This is Colthrow knowing that Olaf is going to be stronger, and if they can catch Poppy out at one of these buffs, it's good. With the bot side prio, they're going to be able to get it.
Yeah, chased right on out. Got to give respect to Olaf. If he gets low health, he's a hard champion to put down. Does more and more work into these fights. So will just be denied his jungle. And it's also respect going over to the Karma. Because the Karma, you got to always keep in mind, yeah, she's a support champion, but her base damage is kind of nuts. So, good sir, goodbye.
Has to resort to the top side. Gonna pick up a Scuttle Crab. And with the wave being this big, there is dive potential.
Ooh. Good sir, he just needs a simple slam into the turret. You can see Geiger. Oh, he outplayed him. Those were ankles broken. Good sir, you need to go to the doctor's office after that.
I mean, no doctor's office in the Wild West. It's just somebody you know making a house call. But these
Cast
bandits, it is rough. Yeah,
His ankles are devastated.
it's really smart play. It's so easy to panic though in that situation. But Geiger staying kind of within arm's reach of both of them, but not the walls. Crucially, to get pinned is so difficult to make in the moment.
I loved it though. I absolutely loved it. Geiger, just with these little flitches, these little flicks he was doing of his mouse. Like, am I going this way, that way, this way, that way? Can you read me? Oh, yeah. Get juked, boy.
We're getting some like old school like Tekken sounds.
The small interactions, sometimes they can be the most exciting ones when you're in the early
I hope
game.
he made him in comms though. He's literally like, and doing the little head swivel, like, you know, dodging out literally in real life.
I can see it. I can see it.
Oh,
you know you have a gamer stance.
Oh, true. Yeah, it's just better for posture if you're moving.
Getting back into the map though, I do see a lot of potential for dives set up for AOE randoms. Kind of all over the place right now. Colthrow was playing towards his top side, but hard to get that dive for the Aatrox, especially when Geiger's not level 6 yet. It's bottom lane, he'll have to path down there. Camps are spawning, so wouldn't be the worst decision. It also puts him in a situation where he can be near that Drake. Olaf is really good at some of those early neutral objective fights.
Yeah, and look at the farm advantage here. This Olaf has 41 CS to 24 on the side of Good Sir, and it all stems from that prio that they were able to gain in that red side jungle, and it's just ballooning here. He's going to be level 6 so early compared to Good Sir, and I think that's where we're going to see that impact.
I didn't even notice how much farm he got ahead, but it makes sense. They did that early invade earlier with Pacus and Colthrow into the bot side jungle, so this does put Good Sir a little bit behind, and you can already see the struggle going on over in this top side, Pulse versus Geiger, as that dragon form is now finally acquired. Now this invade going on to Good Sir. Colthrow says, nah, you can't have your raptors. You will starve today. And Good Sir took that personally. The problem is, he got juked again. Didn't get the wall slam.
Yeah, these heroic charges looking a bit villainous to my eyes. I mean, it's if you're not pinning, you're not getting anything done on the
Not
Poppy.
pinning, you're sinning.
It's let's go. That is so good. All right, patent it. We're in. But honestly, the biggest impact there on the top side is it's not the first Shyvana ult that ever gets you, it's the second one, because the cooldown is so relatively low since it's based on pretty much just your rage bar, that there's going to be an opportunity where Geiger potentially has ultimate and Pulse doesn't. And given the strength that Colthrow has already shown on the Olaf, that could be where I'm looking going forward, but I don't know. For randoms, it seems like they've got a lot of options.
So for Wild West Bandits, they should be expecting Colthrow to be on the top side. His red buff is spawning now. Match pathing for Good Sir. Will be clearing out his blue buff at the same time. My question is, who does this bode better for at the end of the day? I mean, Colthrow still wants the neutral objective fights. It's spawning quite soon. But like for Good Sir, he wants to take this path to the complete opposite way and try and get something done in the bot lane.
Yeah, at that point, the dragon would be the option, but you have to have prio in the bottom lane. And honestly, AOE randoms has been pushed up this entire time, knowing that Poppy just cannot literally be there. And that's going to mean that dragon is going to be pretty safe for them as Ona gets the engage.
Now hopping in, Shuriken flip onto Cry, now will follow through onto the mid, but gets denied because Good Sir, he doesn't need to slam him into the wall, he can find first blood, all with the save.
He misses the 5-point strike, though. Ona lands the Shuriken flip, comes all the way back in, and it's a point-blank 5-point strike that whiffs on Cry Now, who would have 100% died. It's likely a trade in that scenario, but Ona probably kicking themselves after that fight.
Good Sir. Good Sir. How many times did he slip up on the wall slams? He still hasn't gotten a wall stun yet, but he's the one who gets us first blood, who gets our first kill on the map. Mad respect for that. with that first kill. Does bode well for Cry now as you're trying to stop this Akali. Don't want her to pop off Onat. Be absolutely devastating with it. So already a good start with the plan of attack from the Wild West Bandits.
Yeah, Onat farming fairly well on this Akali, something that you think Victor would have an early advantage, just given the range advantage that he possesses. But Onat doing a very good job at getting those last hits and staying relevant despite the death. But this is just a wave clearing ultimate. It's just you lost your movement ability. It seems like he's going to be fine, though, thanks to the spectator. But the pin.
Oh, finally, 4 dashes. He gets a wall slam, and that's going to deny Dragon away from AOE Random's Wild West Bandits. Acquiring that. And over with the top side. The fight breaking out. Too hilarious for me. Geiger was just like, bro, it's just a wave clearing ult. It's just a wave clearing ult. Chased away by Pulse. Some life trying to be fought back from by the AOE randoms, but Wild West Bandits, man, they're active all over the map.
Oh, chill out, man. It was just a joke. Yeah. I had to burn the ghost, honestly, for that kind of play as well. Not the ideal situation, but AOE Randoms does have the Herald, and it looks like they're trying to leverage it in the bottom lane, but Zipper's got a lot of wave clear now with the pickaxe double longsword.
Still will have item disadvantage if an all-in fight really does happen. Thanks to those boots being had, just really itemizing for the offense itself to make sure that he's going to be able to keep up with this wave clear. And you can see why. Punish coming in for AOE randoms. They're sieging incredibly hard. John's going to be rooted up. And now, enough damage put in. They're going to try and get the final dash onto Shelly, but unfortunately, with the presence of Good Sir there, he did provide enough of a threat to make sure that Psycho and Pockus couldn't get those last autos in that would get it low enough for first brick.
Yeah, it's pretty big, though. It feels like, given the push that they've had all game, it's going to go down in shortly. What?
It's just a wave clear ult, bro. It's just a wave clear ult. No.
Where's
It's not
the
like that. It's not like
Desirux?
that. Please. Oh, shit. Sucker. Get away.
Got him. The only problem, the minions don't spawn in the river, Desirux. they spawn in the lane. I have no idea where that flame breath was going.
Try to anticipate the movements of Pulse. Thing is, he completely went the wrong way onto that. And
it always looks rough too, especially as big Shyvana, because it just stays there as a reminder of how bad that miss was.
It's such a big animation that even though it's a short cooldown, it's not that big of a skill. It feels as devastating as like Sejuani Ultimate.
Yeah, for sure. Xmithy somewhere catching some strays on UPL broadcast. Ooh. The flip doesn't work though.
Look at this. They're about to catch these hands in the top lane. Geiger, 3 members showing up with the Wild West Bandits. They're bringing the whole troop. They will take down Geiger, getting that kill on the Pulse.
Yeah, it's big, but it's Cry now. That's the focus in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's just kind of echoing across the map. AOE randoms say we could do that a little bit better, and to be fair, they killed him faster. Another kill going to be acquired as a trade of solo laners, but Psycho's getting the real prize right now as he will grab first brick all by himself.
Yeah, and even got the flash out of Cry now too. With Dragon coming up in 2 minutes.
Good sir.
A victor without a victor without flash. Oh my gosh, Dexter, I'm having a stroke. Means that either the follow-up is not going to be as ready as he would like, or the disengage is not going to be as safe. So Victor has to play a lot safer in those fights because of a very, very crucial moment. And if AOE randoms can pick up a dragon, then that could at least stop the bleeding here.
All right, no flame.
Okay.
Good sir, we need to talk about this Poppy. We need to have a discussion. We need to sit down in the practice tool because you missed a lot of wall slams. Now, I don't think you're a bad jungler. Quite the opposite. To make this lower bracket run, you have to be absolutely fantastic, but these wall slams got to land. And if you need a little bit of a lesson... actually, I was expecting Colthrow to engage there, so that completely ruins my segue. I'm just gonna throw that away. Good sir. Land wall slams.
If you need a lesson and math is the subject, Deserux is your guy. But who isn't your guy is YHL. The engage isn't there. Looking at the game thus far, the gold has somewhat equalized now. The advantage that Olaf was able to get in the early game, no longer there. Wow. Okay, those trades are getting gross. But in the bottom lane with Aphelios picking up that first break, it's Mythic versus components as we go into the Dragon Pit. And if Sivir cannot back here, there is no way they can contest.
Yeah, not too much gold off.
Oh? Teleport coming in.
Actually, we don't need to see that gold right now because there is the wall slam. Good sir has found it, but Pockets flashes right over the wall. Now the return of fire coming through as Throw coming up big with the Ragnarok on the cry. Now takes him down with the cleave and the axe. But speaking of cleaves, Pulse is here. And there is the punt from Good Sir, says Geiger. Get on out now. Pulse looking for Psycho. A double kill to slaughter him.
Oh, predicts the flash. It's Pulse's game. He has played so well in these fights. In last game to this one, we carry the influence. And on Aatrox starting 3-0-0, this Shyvana is not scary, leaving faster than fans did in the 8th season of Game of Thrones.
Hey. I thought the season was okay.
Okay,
I know that's a hot take. I know that's a hot take.
No, me too. I was just flaming for the +2s. You're right. I think it was okay. It's not as bad as people said.
It's okay. It's okay. It was about as good as a Geiger scoreline right now. It's not bad. Gosh. It's not bad.
Yeah.
You lost a little bit, but you're not out.
Yeah, correct. It just didn't live up to the other ones, you know? So that's the expectation, but my expectation is Colthrow's not long for the world.
Yeah. Colthrow, I'm not sure how I feel about that read. Priority was very clearly established by Wild West Bandits in the mid lane. Colthrow didn't have that much right to be into that side of the river. You can see why. Yeah.
It is pretty interesting take, but Pulse.
Oh, this follow through from YHL. Way too good. We'll get the lockdown to make sure that Pulse grabs the kill. Now Geiger, you gotta run. You gotta run. Someone trying to slay the dragons. They heard about Game of Thrones, and now they're angry. It's the critics. They're coming for you.
Yeah, it's true. I just... Oh no, BDS! What have they done to you, Hyper? Why did they deserve this kind of flame? I love how Sivir on the chase down, just like doing everything she can, and it's Shyvana just kind of quickly walking away. As the dichotomy of animation is there, but man, I don't know. Finally a mythic. Good sir.
Oh, here comes the boy. It's Good Sir waiting for the reveal, but he can't find it. I love the attempt though. He was looking for the wall slam, but that shroud makes it way too hard to catch a collie if you don't have something that's that doesn't rely on targeting.
I think that might have been a learning moment though. Good Sir popping the steadfast presence early. And
Reed.
Potentially it's just a held ability.
Reed, no, he got too excited again. He got too excited and he pressed the button. Yep. No, Reed, come back.
No. That was definitely Discord there. But no, I say Good Sir's steadfast presence being an ability that maybe you hold onto a little longer as the bluff of the Akali is there, and then try to react it instead. Could be the play. Good Sir might have learned something in that interaction that they can take forward. We'll see though. Whoa!
Trying really hard. Appreciate the effort
Tokyo
right
Drift.
there. That could have worked. That could have worked really well if the Hex Flash was timed in the right spot. That would have been a wall slam and forced out the ultimate of Geiger.
You just gotta tell me if you know, and do you feel like Tokyo? Because it seemed like Good Sir had the drift there, just didn't quite get the angle. But it's somewhat of an engage. The quickness used.
Oh, Cole throw. All right, throwing axes.
Cole throwing axes into the dirt.
Doesn't matter. It has a low cooldown. That's what you're supposed to do.
I know, but when you hear it, because like the sound of the axe hitting champions, easily top 10 sounds in League of Legends. That crisp like, whoosh, you know. But whenever it just hits dirt, it's like, Yeah, you do it like 4 times in a row, and yeah, everybody in the world hears it. And you're just like, I know.
Where in the world am I? How did we get here?
Darius resets
How did Wild
pretty
West
clean.
Bandits get here?
Aatrox resets pretty clean. Man, what else?
Viego?
Oh, old Mafia Graves autos. Whew. Those were sick.
Let me think. I actually think Sivir has very, very satisfying autos. Especially after she got reworked.
Okay. Oh man. You have to be in the minority there. There's no way there are like Sivir fans out there like, yes, the audio design. Season 1 champ.
All right. I see that you're a hater. And you know, you're entitled to your opinion, even if that opinion's wrong.
Yeah, true.
And
True.
and you know, right now, Wild West Bandits are ahead, and John Johns has currently not died, 0-0-2. So eat it. Now, setting up for this next fight is going to be Wild West Bandits.
Oh my god, Hyper's with you too? Oh my goodness. Okay. Maybe chat's got my back. I can't tell, but
Onat flank.
talking about the back, Onat might have the Bandits back on this flank. The Shelly's taking the turret, but they want Dragon instead.
Onat really looking for this, but so is Good
Good
Sir.
Sir.
Here comes Good Sir into the wall. He slams them. Pulse will follow through to grab a kill. It's going to be a double kill. Acquired with the gravity field. A crying. So Mod Zone control placed down. Wild West Bandits come out gunning, but Psycho returns fire. Gets 1 kill back, but Pulse says, this is my Quadra. This is my Drake.
It is so big. It is a Good Sir on the initiation. Faster than Onit could come in was the key. Got into the play. Everybody on the side of the Bandits taking the fight to the randoms away from that Akali. And by the time she got there, who's there but Good Sir to take this steadfast presence and deny any opportunity that she can trade back a kill at all? It's just the Poppy going down, and the rest of the team cashes in. What is this who's going to match this Aatrox?
The run of a lifetime is looking to come true from the Wild West Bandits. My word, what else could you say about this right now? From the lower bracket, you have to play 6 games to get into the finals. 6 games. They're on their 6th right now, fighting with AOE randoms, and just 1 more win away with an extra life in their back pocket. 1 more win away, and they make it to the finals.
Yeah, potentially only dropping 2 total games in 4 best-of-3s and a best-of-5. Absolute insanity. This is an AoE Ginger Turmeric at the top of the bracket that could be looking down at the Bandits and saying, okay, yeah, we're in proving grounds, but these guys are kind of turning it on here. If they overlook these guys, it could be crazy. But, I mean, we still have a game to play. It's only 20 minutes in. You're up 3.5K. You've got 3 dragons and the souls on the board. But, man, they've got to be feeling good.
Collapse onto Onat. Onat, who hasn't been able to turn online. You know, already has that first item completed, sure. But go look at Cry Now. 2 items. Now going to be working on that 3rd. Has that hourglass on top of it. So even if you do dive deep, Cry Now can just press that button and suddenly you're in no man's land. Wild West Bandits, everything going so well for them. Pulse, who's been absolutely a stud, and Good Sir, who is stepping up in the mid-game with this Poppy to make sure that picks are going to be acquired. Now Pulse, the fight over here. Here comes the collapse. Here comes the pincer. Dragon form going to be jumped on, but Pulse with the World Ender will cleave every single one of them, saying this world is not big enough for the both of us. Only one can proceed to finals. Wild West Bandits, another wall slam. YHL will go down, but it doesn't matter. Pulse can cleave into the abyss. He will still find Onat, and with Good Sir following through with another wall slam, Wild West Bandits are only 1 more team fight away from going to the finals.
The stars at night are big and bright, and here the Bandits of Texas show us exactly how bright they are. It is so beautiful to see a turnaround like that on the cuff of what I thought was an expenditure in the top lane transitioned into the bottom lane. The coordination is there. They're showing that they're strong, they're coordinated, and they're ready to take on anybody. The randoms being absolutely slaughtered in every fight they fought this game.
Wild West Bandits. Another big win. Not cracking the base yet, but with such a gold lead in their favor, what more could you ask for?
Yeah.
Pulse, such a hero, man. So fantastic in this top side. Looks so good on Aatrox. Standing out in every single stage of this game. And now if you put anyone into his lane, he will tear them down. You will need 2. He will still tear them down. You will need 3. And maybe then you'll have a chance against Pulse.
They're sneaking. YHL doesn't know, but the blast cone's there. Temporary safety. Did the shuriken land?
Oh, the choke and the slam, and here comes Pulse. Another kill being acquired. It's a double for the Wild West Bandits. Looking to run away. Geiger on the run gets caught up, knocked to the skies, and slammed to the floor. Pulse, legendary 10-0-5. Wild West Bandits get Baron.
So crazy. Good Sir definitely feeling themselves now. Just took a few moments. A page out of Meteos's book. Oh, Ona, I might have to finish.
Oh, Ona. Ooh, that flash. No way. No way. Not like this. Not like this. Okay. Still alive.
Yeah, he survives. Yep. Yeah, the turret shot doesn't finish them up. And it looks like the bandits are thirsty for more, but it is no. Just such great play. It took it.
Okay. He got out. We're good.
Yep. You just hear the woo woo in the distance as the bandits close the gap. But it's so crazy. Good Sir, Meteos took 60 minutes to learn how to play Lee Sin at Worlds. It only took Good Sir like 15 to pin people with Poppy. Look how far it got.
I mean, all the credit. I can't walk away from that because the wall slams early were a complete whiff. Mid-game, it's a completely different player suddenly.
Now, Geiger did outplay it. We gave props to Geiger. It was a really great play, you know? You got to give credit where credit's due. It's just the others, you know?
All right, here we go. Place your bets right now. Good Sir versus Geiger. The ultimate showdown. Oh, we got interference. Someone get the referee out here.
No, those are the referees. They're looking to come in to you know, bring some structure, but the structure is dead.
Yeah, Geiger overextended without enough vision, without enough pressure to back him up.
Yeah.
He will fall. Dragon Soul. They're going for your base now. The bandits want to rob the place.
Oh, nice. We may not have a highway, you know, in Summoner's Rift. Unless we're talking about like sprinting it, you know, down middle. But the Disco Nunu highway, that's a good one. That would be a decent one. In interstate, the Nunu interstate. We have a highway robbery of the Wild West Bandits.
Wait. Oh my God! In the blink of an eye, he's gone, and so is Onat. Both carries to the ground. It is done.
Somewhere Doublelift just winced in pain as another victor obliterates an AD carry in the blink of an eye. And for the Wild West Bandits, they are obliterating this AOE randoms team, going from the lower bracket, losing the first round of the playoffs, having to beat everybody on the way to this point to end up in grand finals, Deserux.
And not done, just a few more kills. They have names, they have a list. Tempest, UC Irvine JV, Blue Esports, Team Rapid, Raleigh Black Flame, and they've just added a 6th AOE randoms. Wild West Bandits have made it to the finals.
You may bring some guns to a gunfight, but they bring the scythe to just cut down and destroy everybody in their path. We already see the meme. Death is knocking at your door, AOE Ginger Turmeric, because these Wild West Bandits are not to be played with.
Damn. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say.
Just damn.
That is a lower bracket run of a lifetime. Never seen anything so devastating, such a turnaround, you know, in UPL. I mean, this is a team that we kind of had expectations to perform because they did go undefeated within their group stage. But, dude, the teams you win against, Tempest, you know, that has Frost Forest, man, someone who participated in Proving Grounds, a CLOL champion, to go through Raleigh Black Flame with Gluten-Free Panda, all these other squads.
And now beating a two-time group stage AOE randoms. Like, it's no small task to go through a gauntlet like that, and they've done it. They've done it with momentum. They've gone 11 wins for only 2 losses against accelerated competition throughout. Crazy stuff.
Intensely crazy stuff. You know, I did make a little comparison to something in the pro scene that happened back in 2015, Cloud9's Gauntlet run. Yeah, this is it. This shows you why playing back-to-back games and a lot of these long form tournaments, they might be grating to your mental, but if you can survive that, my word, momentum to rocket through this lower bracket, hats off. I'm taking my hat off. Taking my hat off. You can see my balding dome. I haven't shaved my head in a while. I've been a little bit lazy. That's why I had the hat. But hats off to you, Wild West Bandits. Brilliant performance.
Yeah. Oh no, the big. Okay. It's a highway robbery, but is it a robbery if it was yours all along? Like, the Bandits were just in control, right? It felt like the whole time. And man, who's to say they can't do it again? But I honestly, Dexterex, that wraps it up for us. This Bandits team has a finals match tomorrow night against AOE Ginger Turmeric. You can't imagine that they've had an opportunity to even look ahead, and they're going to start doing that now. But all praise to them. They're doing an incredible job. We've got a great cast coming tomorrow as well, so make sure you don't forget. And a quick shout out to our sponsors, BenQ Zowie and HyperX, for making all of this possible. We really do appreciate it. And of course, you at home, chat, thank you as well. This great moment, great opportunity. Congratulations, Wild West Bandits. Good luck tomorrow in your match in the finals. From here on the Univibe broadcast, this has been Dexterex, you and me, Read and Write, for joining us. It's been a pleasure. We will see you tomorrow.
Bang, bang.
Bang, bang.